বলো
শুরু করবে কে?
আনমিউট করেন, শুরু করব?
জি গুলশান আপা শুরু করেন।
Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon. It's our policy session. Theme of this session: climate change and women's health. Climate change is very important topic one, because as per WHO report, air pollution kills an estimated 7 million people globally every year, largely as a result of increased mortality from stroke, heart disease, COPD, lung cancer, and acute respiratory infections. The Climate Afflictions Report on October 7, 2021, over past 44 years, temperature rises 0.5 degrees Celsius in Bangladesh, and expected it will increase up to 1.4 degrees centigrade by 2050. For 1 degree centigrade rise, people are more likely to suffer from respiratory illness by 5.7%. And for 1 degree increase of humidity, the respiratory infection rises about 1.5 points. Weather pattern also affects mental health, and women are higher risk than men for depression, but men are more susceptible to anxiety. Awareness building, community mobilization, strengthening of the health system will help the country better deal with outbreaks of infection and to address mental health issues more efficiently. This session will be chaired by Professor Dr. ABM Khurshid Alam, Director General of Health Services. Professor Dr. ABM Khurshid Alam, Director General of Health Services, former head of the Department of Surgery at Dhaka Medical College, and former head of the Department of Surgery at Kumilla Medical College, and former honorary secretary of Bangladesh College of Physicians and Surgeons. Our another chairperson, Mrs. Shahanara Banu, NDC, Director General of DG Family Planning, and Professor Roshanara Begum, Vice President, Fertility Sterility Society of Bangladesh, past President OGSB, Professor and former head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Holy Family Red Crescent Medical College Hospital, and Counselor, Bangladesh College of Physicians and Surgeons. Today, our moderator, Professor Iqbal Kobir, Coordinator, CCHPU, MOSFW, will with us. Our keynote speaker, Professor Ferdowsi Begum, President OGSB, and immediate past President Suffolk. And we have panelists, Emeritus Professor Ainun Nishat, former Professor BUET and former Vice Chancellor BRAC University, member Bangladesh delegation in UNFCCC COP negotiations. Syed Mujibul Haq, Additional Secretary Public Health, HSD MOSFW. Mirza Shaukat Ali, Director, Department of Environment, MOEFCC and NAP focal point. Professor Abu Said, retired professor of community medicine, Ibrahim Medical College. Professor Farhana Dewan, President-elect OGSB, Deputy Secretary General, Suffolk, Head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Ibn Sina Medical College, Deputy National Coordinator, FIGO PPIUD Project, Bangladesh. Professor Muhammad Robed Amin, Director, NCD. Professor Jinatara Nasrin, Scientific Secretary, OGSB, Professor and Head of the Department of Gynae, Shikdar Medical College, Secretary General, Bangladesh Menopause Society, Scientific Secretary, OGSB, and EC member, FSSB. Professor Fauzia Hussain, Professor of Department of Gynecological Oncology, BSMMU, International Affairs Secretary, OGSB, Clinical Lead for Protocol and Guideline, RCOG, past Honorary Secretary of IRC, RCOG, Publication Secretary of FPSB and BMS, Member Secretary of Gynecological Oncology Subcommittee of OGSB. Dr. Margub Jahangir, Health Officer at UNICEF, special training on maternal and neonatal health, including family planning, health economics, urban health, etc. Having 22 years of work experience and progressive managerial responsibilities. Presently working as advisor, health system for Save the Children International under the strengthening district health and key service delivery system in Bangladesh. Dr. Dewan Imdadul Haq, Health System Specialist and leading the SRS and RISE program of UNFPA, worked at ICDDRB more than 19 years on maternal, newborn, child health, adolescent health, nutrition, health system, and health service delivery. He has vast experience in developing national policy, guideline and policy formation, development of training modules, curriculum, and facilitation of training. And Dr. Hawk has more than 50 publications in peer-reviewed journals, including the Lancet. Welcoming all of you in this session. Now I am requesting Professor Iqbal Kobir, Coordinator, CCHPU, MOSFW, to moderate the session completely.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, shona jacche. Yes, audible. Yes, audible.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction, and congratulations, a big congratulations to OGSB within this pandemic situation. It was supposed to be in Kuakata today. So sitting in our home premises, we feel that the breezes of the southern part of the country and the breezes from the Bay of Bengal are touching our minds today, not physically but virtually. So welcome you all to this important session. I start my few words with the congratulations to the OGSB for selecting.
I'll make it.
For making this interesting thematic area and choosing climate change and health, especially focusing on women health as the theme of this session at policy level. I am very delighted that all the policy level professionals are here today, including our Honorable Director General of Health Services and Director General of Family Planning. So both of these women health, and in particular the health, is a cross-cutting issue with the changing environment, and climate change is a reality now. So I am really grateful to all the panelists and the members for agreeing to participate in this auspicious occasion. So let us start with our Honorable President of OGSB, and she is such a, thoughtful lady, I should say, in our professional area, that once I met her in an biennial seminar organized by UNICEF at Hotel Sonargaon, and I was delivering, focusing on climate change and health issues, and she picked me up and she thought that this year during the OGSB conference we can come forward with this topic, and we have had several meetings how to organize these sessions. I must congratulate her, and she agreed to deliver the keynote speech. So let us not spend much more time. Let us focus on the keynote issue of climate change and impacts on women health. And may I have the honor to request Professor Ferdowsi Yasmin, eminent gynecologist and the president of OGSB, to deliver her keynote speech. Madam, please.
Okay, Professor Dr. Iqbal Kubir or Dr. Raghu with us from UNFPA. He will be speech as panelist of this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being introduced, and I welcome you all, the chairpersons, very respected and I think well-placed chairpersons who can take forward our message. So I am addressing you, and of course the very respected resource person of the country whom we are meeting for the first time, but I think this will be a good. I must be correcting some last time changes that which may not be everyone aware of. From the UNFPA partner, Dr. Raghu Bunchi, who is the Chief of Health, will be participating here, not Emdad. Emdad will be representing in sessions. So this is a correction, and we humbly invite Dr. Raghu, who is a very good resource person for us. Thank you. So can you see my slides? Our slide দেখা যাচ্ছে ফারহানা?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
দেখা যাচ্ছে কি করো
Can
বড়
you
করে
make it full screen?
দেখা
Appa?
যাচ্ছে,
Please
madam,
make it
দেখা
full
যাচ্ছে।
screen.
ফুল স্ক্রিন করো
Full screen.
ফুল
করো।
স্ক্রিন করতে হবে নাইস
Respected audience. So this is what we are expecting if the issue we are dealing with today, the climate change, is dealt with properly. So we are presenting today the climate change and its impact on women's health. We, OGSB, and the team today and the country want to protect our planet and protect our country. Weather is an atmospheric situation which occurs in a given moment and in a specific place. And the climate is the combination of atmospheric conditions that occur in a place for a prolonged period of time. Then what is climate change? Climate change is the average weather in a place over many years. Climate change is a shift in those average conditions. The rapid climate change we are now seeing is caused by human using oil, gas, coal for their homes, factories, and transports, in addition to many others. And when these fossil fuels burn, they release greenhouse gases, mostly carbon dioxide. These gases trap the sun's heat and cause planet's temperature to rise. And this is what has happened between 1850 to 2020, almost 1 degree rise in temperature, 1 degree centigrade. This is because of human activity, and this become the threat for us. But if left unchecked, human and nature will experience catastrophic warming, which with worsening droughts, great sea level rise, and mass extinction of species. We face a huge challenge, but there are, of course, potential solutions which we must be aware of. And we are going to lose this beautiful and very beneficial part of the ecosystem. The level and rate of current climate change will depend on amounts of emitted greenhouse gases and other climate pollutants, such as black carbon. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has used the highest RCP 8.5 and lowest RCP 2.6. And we can see the probable change in climate if we are not aware of it. By 2090s, compared to 86 to 2005 temperature, in addition to the warming of 0.6 degree centigrade, which has already occurred since pre-industrial time, such warming would cause severe disruption of precipitation patterns, as well as to the frequency and intensity of some extreme weather events such as heat waves, extreme precipitation, and storm surge in coastal areas. So this will happen in temperature change, the upper one, and the precipitation change if we are not taking action properly. So what climate change will do? There are many, we can see the factors, we can see the pathways, we can see our capacity and resilience, which includes leadership and governance, health workforce, health information system, essential medical products and technology, service delivery and financing. And the climate sensitive health risk, which you are seeing, is enormous, touching every person everywhere in the world. The key factors are climate change affect the social and environmental determinants of health, like clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food and secure shelter. Between 2030 to 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. So there are many exposures. We have to talk about this, including the climate change. The direct damage caused to health sector is enormous, and areas with weak health infrastructure, mostly in developing countries, will be the least able to cope without assistance to prepare and respond. Reducing emissions of greenhouse gases through better transport, food, energy use choices can result in improved health, particularly through reduced air pollution. So this is the net zero and the preparedness of the preparedness and promises from the world. And we can see the countries who are contributing the most as the United States, China, and European countries who are contributing the most. We 100 countries, least emitting countries only contribute 3%, but suffers the most. So in addition to fatalities, we have said that this is going to affect general way, but it is linked to increase in low birth weight, prematurity, stillbirth, fetal congenital anomalies, diminished cognitive ability, maternal hypertensive disorders, and placental abruptions. One of the important thing we have to understand that the fossil fuel combustion releases particulate matter less than 2.5 and 10 micron size, which is especially injurious to lungs, hearts, and placenta. So excess global deaths will also include, as we mentioned here, impaired fertility and diminished success in treatment of fertility, which is related to its particulate emission, then air pollution, including wildlife fire-related particulate exposure has already precipitated to SARS-CoV-2 infection. Vector-borne diseases are going to increase, and toxic chemical pollution is another factor with our increase in use of plastics. So the climate crisis has become a public health emergency. And if we give only 5% stress and importance and action, that will give us 45% in return in the safety. So these are the well-known El Nintendo related health effects, and more or less we have discussed this. And this is direct effect on pregnancy, like preterm birth, low birth weight, stillbirth, effect on brain development. So how prepared Bangladesh is? This is in 1992, Bangladesh signed UNFCCC. 2001, Bangladesh ratified the Kyoto Protocol. 2005, we did Bangladesh National Adaptation Plan, Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan 2009, and 2010, Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund Act. And this is the document which has been produced by WHO for issues related to Bangladesh, which has so many important things. Currently, the groundwater metal contamination is quite high. Increased groundwater salinity, cyclone and flooding, sedimentation and changing patterns of stream flow due to watershed mismanagement. So Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable. This is, from different publications, most vulnerable countries to extreme weather events, mainly due to its vast coastal area, high population density, high poverty rate, and reliance on natural resources. Almost 25% of the population live in coastal area and are likely to be threatened by flood and other associated events. Current saline intrusion reaches 100 kilometers from Bay of Bengal, impacting agriculture, drinking water, livelihood, and already I have said the effect on pregnancy. According to Notre Dame Global Adaptation Index, Bangladesh is 43rd most vulnerable country to be affected of climate change, and Bangladesh is the 37th least prepared country to address these effects. And the health sector currently doesn't have adequate funding, infrastructure, human resource capacity, logistics, and service required to fully address the impact of climate change on human health. This is a map which shows how the prematurity is affecting related to climate change. Then the effect of endocrine disruptors, which are pesticides and PFS, and of course the organophosphate pesticides. Exposure during pregnancy is associated with development of the abnormalities, including low IQ, which is going to affect us. And who are affected more? Of course, the women. And we are always vulnerable because of many things. Women are the poorest of the poor. They don't have the adequate nutrition. And during the disaster, they either cannot move due to their physical problem, their dresses. Also, they have the liability or the, which are called, they don't want to leave. The women, the kettles, their own property. So it's a disaster for them. And this is the Bangladesh climate change action plan has to be changed. So WHO has told us about 6 action plans, especially regarding COVID-19, how to do healthy green recovery. So one is we must come together to rethink the way we are use the resources. That's why we are. I should mention here that
there is some
এখন connected
disturbances.
আছে?
এখন শোনা যাচ্ছে ম্যাডাম।
শোনা যাচ্ছে, শুনে যাও।
মাঝে মাঝে চলে যাচ্ছে আপা, আমি সাদাতকে বললাম একটু দেখতে, কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
আর কোনো ডিভাইস নাই তো এখানে? দেখো
আচ্ছা, সরি।
ভেঙে যাচ্ছে না, একটু পরে পরে ভেঙে যাচ্ছে, এখনো ভেঙে যাচ্ছে।
কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে না, ঠিক কথা
শোনা যাচ্ছে না আপা, আমি সাদাতকে বলছি।
স্লাইড গুলো দেখাতে পারলে ভালো। আনমিউট করো ফেরদৌসী, আনমিউট করো।
I think there was a disruption from the. I think my slides are visible now again.
Yes.
So yeah, so the section one is we have to think about natural resources. We have to clean our hands and to take precaution to avoid transmission. Then we have to have the transition to clean energy, improved air quality, and save lives. And we must come together to support all countries in. I think we should adopt the dietary guidelines, the healthy dietary guidelines, and all aspects of urban planning, from sustainable transport to healthy housing. And we must come together to fight fossil fuel subsidies and protect our surrounding. I must mention here that during COP 25 this year, so what happened that one of our Bangladeshi girl got a prize, for exchange of solar energy. If we use solar energy and extra solar energy from our house, we can lend it to someone else. So we are the country like that kind of initiative from our younger ones, but we should act together to help beat PFS. And what we can do, we have to move as less as possible. I think one of the thinking of us that COVID-19 has come to us for a blessing, reducing our movement. It may be a God's way to save the earth. So life car free of using, of course, in lieu of almost 50 lakh lives. Live car free or electronic car. We have to work as much as possible by energy efficient products such as washing machine, then switch from gas heating system to electric heat pump, of course not the electricity generated by gas only, and insulate our home to preserve temperature. And we have to leave the use of plastic. We have to leave this. This is important. And there are many other recommendations. But finally, this is the FIGO's publication where FIGO, the World Body of Obstetrician Gynecologists, has recommended for advocacy, research, interpretation, capacity building, and awareness raising to combat climate change. So this is how we can combat the climate change to make our planet healthy and beautiful as it should. Thank you so much. Dr. Iqbal, please. Dr. Iqbal, yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Firdausi Begum Flora, the President and Convener of OGSB and 30th International Scientific Conference of OGSB, for delivering the keynote speech, The Impact of Climate Change on Women Health. Now we have a discussion, and then we will go to the panelists. So we have seen that Jane Conry of FIGO President joined with us. Welcome to this session. And may I now request, on behalf of United Nations Family Planning Association, UNFPA, Chief of Health Section, is Raghu Vangshi, to deliver speech as the program. Is Raghu Vangshi, please.
I please request everyone to keep your microphone off unless you talk. Please, please.
Raghu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, so good afternoon. I was expecting to be speaking later, but I'm coming in now. So let me just express my gratitude for being invited to this very important deliberation of this conference. Also, I would like to say that I'm privileged to be here, and would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And I just heard Professor Firdausi. Let me just kind of share some thoughts. And before that, let me acknowledge the chairperson of this session, Dr. Professor Alam, Madam Banu, DG Family Planning. DG
You are
unmute,
muted.
unmute.
Raghu, you are muted, please. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I don't know. Let me just start again. Let me just acknowledge the presence of the chair of this session, Professor Alam, and also the co-chair, Madam Bano. I just heard Professor Firdausi Begum. I'm acknowledging her presence as well, and also acknowledging the presence of all the distinguished speakers who would be speaking shortly. As I said, it's a privilege to be here. I know that as the sessions will progress, we will listen to different aspects of climate change and its impact on women. And also, we would see the interconnectedness of climate change impact on women, and the interplay of all the different sectors, which are also very significantly involved in this whole issue of climate change vis-a-vis pregnant women or maternal health issues. I would rather focus my little time that I have emphasizing on the interconnectedness of this issue. And I would like to place this whole discourse within the norms or the times or the routine sort of surroundings where we are existing. While it is presented as an area which perhaps seems to be very uniquely affecting a particular population, but I would rather argue that climate change has for now become a reality, and it is part of the environment where we are living. So it is affecting everyone, men, women, children, old people, just everyone. So I would just like to emphasize on why it is so important for women and why it is so uniquely also affecting women. And that also, if we extend our sort of thinking to the normal understanding of the physiology or of women as part of humanity, it would not be very difficult to really know why they are more vulnerable. I think we all know that during pregnancy, the physiology of women has some specific demands on their own bodies, and they have certain specific sort of needs during different phases of their lives, especially during pregnancy. I think the hormonal changes, the requirement for nutrition, etc., is more than during the routine sort of phases of life, or vis-a-vis that of men. And also it is known that women, children are one of the most vulnerable sections of the society. So what's primarily happening is that whatever consequences the humanity is facing because of the climate change, women being more vulnerable are very differently affected by it, because for some reasons which we understand, social, cultural, and embedded in their own context, various factors put them into higher vulnerability situations. So we know that pregnancy itself is fraught by some risks, even if it is absolutely a normal pregnancy. I think the chances of spontaneous abortion, chances of health consequences, hypertension going up, and hormonal disturbances leading to some water retention issues, renal issues, etc., can all crop up. So this phase of life requires that much more attention. Now, during the climate change, which is, as Professor Ferdowsi just mentioned, that it is primarily about the rising temperature of our planet, because of which the climate is getting affected, food production, weather events, and the temperature, etc., is creating different environments, leading to changes in sort of crop patterns, the rising temperature, the rising humidity. All of these things is also predisposing women to a lot of vector-borne diseases. I think we would acknowledge that women are affected by malaria, and in last 45 years, the incidence and the prevalence of dengue has gone up. Now Zika is also coming in, and especially women who are living in the rural areas or living in tribal areas whose livelihood is too much dependent on the environments. I think they are quite significantly also affected. And being the biggest sort of workforce working on the farmlands, though they are contributing to the extent of 70 to 80% of food production globally, I think the access to food that they have is somewhere less than 10 to 15%. So all of these things during the climate change gets exacerbated. They lose their livelihoods. They have to migrate, and especially this short-term, short distance and frequent migration from their places of living is also exposing them to a lot of mental issues, a lot of stresses. And then when you have sort of a very extreme weather conditions, drought, and floods, these are the last to receive support, recognition, and also any services. So in those situations, and all these things are kind of increasing their vulnerability because of the shortage of resources during those times. They are also exposed to gender-based violence. And of course, all these things are putting them in a very, very precarious situation. So what is the solution? I think I have been thinking a lot about this. Yes, the focus is multi-sectoral. I think the discussion is about, in the long term, focusing on infrastructure, transport, issues about decongesting our urban areas, and also establishing or putting out big infrastructure. But I would say that it is more importantly, it is about awareness generation. It is about bringing women into the center of all our planning, especially on the health side. That message that women are significantly predisposed to the effects of climate changes, I think that messaging or that understanding or consciousness, it can be brought into the public health systems, that perhaps will gradually help us to kind of think of prepositioning women issues within the health systems, which are particularly prone to climate issues by virtue of being in a climate sensitive areas. Additionally, I feel data information is also something which is lacking. Anecdotally, we know that women are quite affected, are most vulnerable, but somewhere because the evidence or data is not that much existing, so the evidence-based forceful sort of argument, especially to the local leaders, especially to the decision makers, is one area that is lacking. I would also just put one point here, that if we can, if we can also just think of slightly shifting or redefining our results by just bringing in the gender dimension and aspects into our results, rather than simply focusing on that we have achieved this target in terms of the percentage. If we can focus on this understanding that unless we are putting the gender disaggregated information to those targets, we would not consider the achievements to have come about, meaning that there is a need for redefining success, redefining the targets whereby we bring in the gender component also into it. So finally, I would just like to end by saying that instead of having a siloed approach of just looking at health, we need to have an integrated approach and whole of society approach towards addressing this issue of women's vulnerability during climate change. Instead of kind of thinking something big, which needs to be focused on in terms of doing something unique, I think what's important is the awareness, bringing the women issues right in front of everyone, capacity building, sensitization of our work health force about the vulnerability of women during these events, disaster or climate events, and also pre-positioning, especially the health systems where which are more prone, or in locations which are more prone to climate changes. I think some of these things will be very, very helpful in the short run. And of course, in the long run, all these areas of urban planning, transportation, technology, I think all these things have to come together. One last point I would like to just mention about is the migration. Migration is a very big issue, which I would say is a consequence, is also a consequence of climate change. As I mentioned, that women are under a lot of pressure for migration because of their livelihood issues, because they lose, they are the first to lose everything when the disasters strike or when the climate starts throwing havoc. So they have to move out, and then they are moving out into urban settings without knowing much. They are basically coming from the poor socioeconomic backgrounds. So they are kind of more sort of vulnerable when they are migrating into urban areas. And of course, the migration is towards urban area. And this migration is actually creating this hot sort of heat, small heat islands, which they say, within the urban communities because of the concentration of people living in the urban areas. And that then is kind of, bringing in all the other cycle into action, temperature rising, mosquitoes breeding, heat stresses coming in, and the women are getting exposed more and more to all these vulnerabilities. So one action within the existing systems, just to capacitate the health staff for their awareness, focusing on data so that we can have disaggregated information on this issue, and then also pre-positioning of services, improving the access in the vulnerable locations. And then finally, I think integrated approach, bringing in the gender dimension, environment, public health, infrastructure, public and urban planning, all into one place by bringing different experts, ministries together, would, I guess, could be the long-term solutions. So with that, I would like to end and would also once again take this opportunity to thank the organizers and giving me this opportunity to say a few words. Thank you, and over to the to Madam Gulshanara. Thank you.
Dr. Iqbal Kabir, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raghu. You have taken all the panelists' time, but it was worthy hearing you, the details of the consequence of climate change and health. Thank you very much for joining with us. UNFPA has mandated for working betterment of the women's health in Bangladesh and elsewhere in the world. So we hope forward to work together to combat the issues of climate change on women's health. May I now request Dr. Margub Jahangir, Health Officer of UNICEF, to highlight on the issues of today's keynote speakers and to concise his delivery within 3 minutes of time. Dr. Margub Jahangir, please.
Dr. Iqbal Kabir, can I interrupt for 1 minute? Though
Please,
I'm not
please,
supposed
madam.
to be. Our DG Health is here, Director General of Health
Yes.
Services.
Right.
May I ask the permission from him that whether I will be happy if you can stay, but if you have some urgent piece of work, you can decide what you want to do. Please.
Thank you, madam,
Yes,
for
sir.
giving a chance. I have to quit. So if you allow me to say a few words, then I can say, and I can go for the other business. Yes, because I found that the one panelist has taken all the times of the other persons. It should not be. Okay, thank you.
So are you speaking now, or you are?
Yeah.
Yes,
if you allow me,
yeah, you can make some.
I think, madam, we can request our Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Director General of Health Services, Professor A.B.M. Khurshid, to deliver his speech, and he is very kind enough to reschedule, his joining at this afternoon. So this is Jummabar also. I thank Professor Khurshid Alam sir and request to deliver his speech as chairperson of this session. Professor A.B.M. Khurshid Alam, DGHS.
Anjay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Obstetrics and Gynecological Society of Bangladesh, for inviting me in such a time concerning issues, the climate change in the women's health. And as you know, our Ferdowsi Madam has given an elaborate speech on this, and she has pointed out all the aspects where the women are suffering for the climate changes. All of us know that how we are damaging our climates. But at the same time, what Bangladesh government is doing, what Bangladesh government is trying to combat this situation, I think I must, as a stakeholder of the government, I must point this out. And as you know, that we are contributing 0.47% of global emissions. Bangladesh is one of the most climate vulnerable countries, we know. And Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund we have created in 2009. I think Dr. Iqbal Kabir could remember that one. And for climate adaptation, so far have allocated $480 million to this fund from our own resources. We have doubled the climate-related expenses in the last 7 years. Currently, we are preparing the National Adaptation Plan. In our annual development plan, the climate-relevant allocations has doubled. That is from 1.44 billion in the financial year in 2015-16. Now it has become 2.96 billion for 21-22. And we think that this increase of budget is not well enough to combat the situation. But even then, it's a try, it's a jump for the Bangladesh, for a developing country like Bangladesh, who is trying to cope with the situation. We know the women are more vulnerable and women are suffering more because of the climate change, for heat, for crops, for food, for flood, for everything. And in any natural disasters, our people are losing their homes, and in that cases, the pregnant mother suffers more. And in this respect, we could see that our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has taken a Ashran project, near about 442,608 families have been given their houses. And also in the Cox's Bazar, we have constructed 139 multi-storied buildings with all amenities to shelter 409 climate change affected families. At the same time, what we can say, we have taken Bangladesh Delta Plan 2021-100, a comprehensive 100-year strategic plan to combat the climate change and other things. Professor Ferdowsi has pointed out the combustion of the coal and other things are disturbing our climate mostly, and we are one of the most important countries among the world that where we are using more than 6 million of solar home systems. So we are using the natural source as our power source. So I think this is a good initiative. Again, this was the year of our Father of Nations centenary birthday, and we planted near about 30 million of trees in keeping this in mind. At the same time, we are spending more monies and more budget to create the new solar power plants. We have cancelled 10 coal-based power plants with $12 billion of foreign investment. So, and also we have taken the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, a journey from the climate vulnerability to climate resilience and then to climate prosperity, or VRP. We are trying hard to address the challenges of climate impact because of 1.1 million of forcibly displaced Myanmar nations or Rohingyas. They are occupying our countries. For the last 3 days, we are in Cox's Bazar, and with these FDMN peoples, we found that how the Bangladesh is providing their nutrition, mother cares, and the upcoming generations of that FDMN peoples. So I'd like to thank the OGSB and the government of the Bangladesh. They are very much concerned about the climate change in the women's health. I think from the Director General of the Health Services, in future we'll take further steps and we'll remain with the government so that we can adapt it in proper time. OGSB as a prime stakeholders in the women's health in Bangladesh, they're working with the government, and I hope that OGSB will strengthen their capacity regarding the caring of the disasters affecting the maternal health due to this climate change. And from our side, we are ready to help in this regards. I think with these few words, I would like to conclude. And thank you very much again that you have allowed me to take a scope and to give me a chance so I can speak it earlier. I hope every success, and I pray every success of this conference, and all the speakers, all the panelists who are connected, and who our senior teachers who are here. I'm also thankful to them. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time and highlighting all the issues, especially what the present government has done for climate change and health issues.
Yeah,
DGHS also working on these issues under the non-communicable disease program, and DGHS has created a deputy program manager post on climate change and health.
Yeah.
We look forward to work with you under your leadership, sir. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I now request one of our discussion from UNICEF, Dr. Margub Jahangir, to deliver his pleas, and you have 3 minutes time, please. Dr. Margub Jahangir.
Thank you, Professor Iqbal. I was expecting to speak later. However, I will be brief, that I promise. So to cut it shorter, I am going to my points directly. However, I should acknowledge the presence of the chairman, Dr. ABM Khurshid Alam, Director General of Health Services, and Professor Roshanara Begum, and all esteemed panelists and persons who are listening to me. So, as you know, the climate change is a reality. So no one can deny it, and the health impacts are also very evident. So there's a ongoing formulation of National Adaptation Plan, which also talks about it. And the climate change vulnerability, as mentioned by the keynote speaker, we know that increasing severity of droughts in the northwestern Bangladesh, increased annual rainfall by 8.4 millimeter per year, increased floods and mega floods. We know that 5 major floods were in the past, which used to happen in 30-year cycle, and frequent and early flash floods. The average temperature has risen 0.56 in the last 100 years. And we are seeing 7 to 10 more extreme hot days event in a year than past. And there are super cyclones which has increased by 6%, and the sea level is rising. There is no doubt about it. The rise is about 3 to 6 millimeter per year. And with it, the salinity is also rising. We know that the salinity is rising 5 ppt, parts per thousand, in every 5-6 years. And this salinity is covering our coastal area, and every year 10 to 15 kilometers, new areas are having increased salinity. And by 2050, one estimate says that Joshua and Noel will have salinity problems. You know how far it is from the sea. And again, as mentioned by our Honorable DG, the MUJI Climate Prosperity Plan for the decade 2030, it says that we will be having a major loss in our GDP due to this climate change. The average loss is estimated at 6.8% of GDP by 2030. So I won't go into the details, but UNICEF is providing technical assistance to the Ministry of Health for adaptation due to this climate change since long. And we recently concluded a project with the government of Bangladesh that with the support of government of Sweden, which through that project we have built capacity of the CCHPU, which is Climate Change and Health Promotion Unit under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And it has the capacity of the institute or the unit was very increased, and now it is physically and functionally capable to do many works. And we have also provided mid-level managers training to develop district-level climate resilient health planning. And we have supported the National Health Portal, or the DHIS2 of the MIS department, to identify climate-sensitive diseases and entry of real-time data on climate change-related health issues. And we have identified the climate-sensitive diseases, as mentioned by keynote speaker. At the same time, capacity of the health workforce in the coastal communities were built to deal with this new health risks posed by climate change. And we have learned that we have observed that during our project that climate change is not very much understood by the community or the local government in the local areas. On the other hand, local health facilities have good orientation on the plan to deal with sudden cyclone, but do not have any contingency plan to handle decreased outbreak due to climate change, like recent diarrhea or chikungunya or dengue crisis. And another thing we have learned that youth and adolescent leadership are very promising and can be used for promotion of climate change issues in the community. Meanwhile, UNICEF has developed a partnership with Faculty of Disaster Management of Port University Science and Technology University, and Department of Disaster Science and Climate Resilience of Dhaka University for developing an evidence-based policy advocacy and capacity building for the human resources in health and related fields for climate resilient health planning. So for now, it is very encouraging to know that through this scientific session, OGSB puts climate change in the context of women's health as a public health issue, a social justice issue, a human rights issue, and an economic issue, and a political issue, and a gender issue, and brought our attention for the health and well-being of the future from now and the future generation. We are looking, we have been working with OGSB for a long time, and we look forward to work with OGSB in the field of climate change also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Margut Jahangir. Yes, you have mentioned that we were working with UNICEF for long, and specifically we have developed a district health adaptation plan at Patuakhali district focusing on women and adolescent health. So based on that finding, we hope and we also look forward to working closely with UNICEF and other partners for taking care of women's health. Now, let us go and focus on the panelists as we are running out of time. May I now request our good friend and who is the focal point for long for adaptation issues in Bangladesh on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He is the Director of the Department of Environment, Mr. Mirza Shaukat Ali. May I now request one of our panelists, Mirza Shaukat Ali, to deliver his speech on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal Kabir, Professor Iqbal Kabir, Professor Dr. ABM Khurshid Alam, Director General, DG Health Services, Ms. Shahana Ara Banu, NDC, Director General, DG Family Planning, Professor Roshon Ara Begum, Professor Ferdowsi Begum, President OGSB, for her nice presentation, and Professor Gulshan Ara, Secretary General, and distinguished panelists. Let me focus on 2-3 issues that the keynote presenter mentioned. I just want to make some minor corrections. According to German Watch, Bangladesh ranks as the 7th most vulnerable countries in the world. That I want to mention. You have mentioned like 33 or 37 most vulnerable countries, but widely used German Watch statistics say that we are the 7th most vulnerable countries in the world.
Yes,
I want to
thank you.
Thank you. I just want to also mention that our per capita emission is 0.98 ton in 2012, and in 2021, according to some estimate, it is 1.23 tons. But if you compare this with USA with 18 tons, China 8.87 tons, so we are much lower compared to other countries. Having said that, I just want to go to the topic and want to mention few points. Women's role in society are increasingly given importance nowadays, which are often unnoticed. Women are responsible for household activities, child's development and education, food preparation. They also contribute to their families through various formal and informal income generation. According to UNFCCC, women commonly face higher risk of and greater burdens from the impact of climate change. Climate change affects environmental determinants such as clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food and nutrition security. As you have mentioned, keynote speaker has already mentioned these, so I don't want to go into detail, but I want to mention that climate change will affect human health by increasing ground level ozone and particulate matter, which will contribute to air pollution in some location. And along with indoor air pollution, which comes mostly from cooking, air pollution will contribute to deteriorating health condition of women. Food security and nutrition, crop production will be affected by temperature rise, erratic rainfall pattern, increased drought, flood, lack of irrigational water availability. And according to IPCC, In 2050, food production, specifically for certain crops, it may go down to 50%. Maybe at that time we have to go to maize, or in some cases maybe wheat. According to IPCC, climate change will contribute to reduced food production, which will contribute to reduced food intake and reduced nutrition, and ultimately will affect human health, especially the woman's health, particularly during the time of pregnancy. I also want to mention water availability is also a very high challenge. Available safe drinking water is in many parts of the globe is already a concern and will be so in the coming years, especially in coastal regions of Bangladesh, especially in southwestern part. Due to increased salinity, availability of safe drinking water is already a challenge, especially during winter months. Our coastal beach accommodates about 39 million population. Salinity increase will not only contribute to deterioration of women's health, but also human health condition. Women and girls have to go extra miles to fetch water. And if we take into consideration, you have already mentioned that temperature has risen 1.1 degrees Celsius, global average temperature. And in Bangladesh, if we consider during the last 30 years or so, temperature has risen about 0.5 to 7.7 degrees Celsius. And as you have already mentioned, that temperature will rise by 2050 up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So due to temperature, extreme temperature or heat, work hours may be reduced for marginal poor. So due to climate change, as many speakers mentioned, heat stroke will be a challenge for Bangladesh. Malaria, dengue, chikungunya, these vector-borne diseases will increase, and will also increase in waterborne diseases like diarrhea. And women will suffer from malnutrition, specifically due to shortage of food intake and nutrition that will contribute to their pregnancy and maybe low childbirth. Salinity increase will also affect health condition of women in coastal areas. So according to World Health Organization, between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year. You have mentioned 7 million deaths for air pollution, but this is independent. I mean, only related to climate change. We know air pollution is being affected due to environmental pollution, localized pollution, and other like brick kilns, emission from cars. So as I have shortage of time, I just want to focus what we are doing at the national level. Just want to mention 2 points. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is at the final stage of preparing the National Adaptation Plan. I am the Deputy Project Director of that NAP formulation project, where we have proposed to include improvement in healthcare facilities to address climate change impacts. And I also want to mention about the MUSI Climate Prosperity Plan, which is expected to be approved by the Cabinet, which has considered the impact of climate change on health. And under the said plan, it is expected primary, secondary, and tertiary level hospitals will have a health, safety, and environment units, so that they can address not only environmental issues, also climate change issues. So those were my inputs. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mirza Shaukat Ali, for enlightening us with your views and correcting us with some data. Climate Change and Health Promotion Unit under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is grateful to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for their long collaboration with us. So we will be working together, and now OGSB will be one of our partner to come forward with these issues. Thank you very much for highlighting this. One of our focal point from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Syed Mujibul Haq, he has to leave for another, emergency work. So may I now have our eminent personality in the arena of climate change, Professor Ainun Nishat sir, as the senior most panelist. He is leading the NAP process as mentioned by Mirza Shaukat. Mirza Shaukat is working as the Deputy Project Director, and
Professor Ainun Nishad. He is a personality, and he has requested he will deliver his speech in Bangla. So for our foreign participant, we will try to translate it, and I will ask Professor Ainun Nishad sir, for the international issues, please mention in English and you can proceed with Bangla. And we are honored that you have joined with us as a panelist today. May I now request Professor Ainun Nishad sir, who doesn't need any introduction actually in this area, so to deliver his speech, please. Professor Ainun Nishad.
Assalamualaikum, respected chair of OGSB. It's not that I have difficulty in talking in English. I can deliver the lecture in English, but I'm going to say something which I don't want the foreigners to understand. So that is why I thought that maybe I will talk in Bangla. Is that all right? But definitely,
whatever you feel best.
But কিছু সময় definitely I will mix up English, and আমরা তো কথায় কথায় ইংরেজি শব্দ ব্যবহার করাটা লাইক করি না, তো ফেব্রুয়ারি মাসে আরোই লাইক করি না আমরা, তো যে কারণে কিছু কথা একটু উল্টাপাল্টা ভাবে আমাকে বলতে হবে, তাহলে এই রুম থেকে আপনারা যখন যাবেন সম্পূর্ণ ভুল ধারণা নিয়ে যেতে পারেন, সেই ভয় আমার আছে। প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ এবং ক্লাইমেট ভ্যারিয়েবিলিটি বলে যে দুটো শব্দ, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের বাংলা হচ্ছে জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন, ক্লাইমেট ভ্যারিয়েবিলিটি হচ্ছে আবহাওয়া পরিবর্তন। পৃথিবী জুড়ে হচ্ছে আবহাওয়া পরিবর্তন, কিন্তু আমরা ভুল করে বলি ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ। এইটা আপনাকে প্রথমে মনে রাখতে হবে। আবহাওয়া পরিবর্তন মানে ছোট ছোট অল্প সময়, মারাত্মক পরিবর্তন হচ্ছে। এবং শওকত আলীর সাথে আমি দ্বিমত পোষণ করি, ইতিমধ্যে বাংলাদেশে তাপমাত্রা 1 ডিগ্রির উপরে বেড়েছে। এই অবস্থা চলতে থাকলে 3 ডিগ্রি 4 ডিগ্রি হয়ে যেতে পারে, এবং পৃথিবী 2015-তে প্রমিস করেছে 2 ডিগ্রির মধ্যে সীমাবদ্ধ রাখবে, এবং গত নভেম্বরে পৃথিবী হইচই শুরু করেছে যে এটাকে 1.5 ডিগ্রিতে আনতে হবে। আমার প্রশ্ন আপনাদের কাছে, আপনারা তো আমাদের টেম্পারেচার যখন দেখেন একেবারে ডেসিমেল দিয়ে বোঝার দরকার, কিন্তু সাধারণ অবস্থাতে ঘরে 21 ডিগ্রি না 22 ডিগ্রি না 23 ডিগ্রি, এটা কি আমরা বুঝি না। 3-4 ডিগ্রির তফাৎ আমরা মানুষরা বুঝি না, কিন্তু কে বোঝে প্রকৃতি, বোঝে গাছপালা। সেজন্যে 2015-তে যে প্যারিস এগ্রিমেন্টের ভিত্তিতে all countries of the world are working together, promise bound. There were one person who created problem. His name is Donald Trump. He may come back to power in November this year during the midterm election of the Senate and House of Representatives. He will not be a powerful person, but his party would be in control. And if he's alive in 2024, all the international journals are saying he will be elected. If that is the case, we have problem. It's a problem of the whole world. এর মধ্যে বাংলাদেশের প্রবলেম কারণ ঘটানোর জন্য না, এর বেরু প্রতিক্রিয়া। আলোচনাটা হয় আমাদের এখন 2 ধারাতে, একটা হচ্ছে বিজ্ঞান ভিত্তিক, তার নাম হচ্ছে IPCC, আর একটা হচ্ছে পলিটিক্স ভিত্তিক, সেটার নাম হচ্ছে UNFCCC। আপনারা খবরের কাগজে যা পড়েন সব পলিটিক্স ভিত্তিক এবং সব ভুল পড়েন, কারণ ভুল জিনিস ছাপা হয়। আমি সম্পাদক মাহফুজ আনাম কিংবা মতিউর রহমান সবাইকে বলেছি ভুলগুলো লেখেন কেন, বলে পাই তো ভুল জিনিসগুলো, তো লিখবো, আর লিখবো কি। আমরা গ্রিন হাউস গ্যাসের যে পরিমাণ উৎপাদন করি, বাংলাদেশ না থাকলেও কিচ্ছু হবে না পৃথিবীর। এই যে শওকত বললেন 1 টনের কম পার পার্সন, কাতার তৈরি করে 40-50 টন, সৌদি আরবে তৈরি করে 30-35 টন পার পার্সন। সবচেয়ে বেশি সেন্সিটিভ হচ্ছে দি ইকোসিস্টেম এন্ড বায়োডাইভার্সিটি। কাজী প্যারিস এগ্রিমেন্টের লক্ষ্য হচ্ছে আমরা গ্রিন হাউস গ্যাসকে এমন ভাবে নিয়ন্ত্রণ করব, the world will control the greenhouse gas production in a way that the temperature does not go above 1.5 degree. এটা এখনো এগ্রিড হয়নি, above 2 degree. কিন্তু যদি 2 ডিগ্রি ক্রস করে 2.5 ডিগ্রি ক্রস করে, 3 ডিগ্রি ক্রস করে, ঠান্ডা মাথায় চিন্তা করবেন 2 ডিগ্রি 2.5 ডিগ্রি। আজকে তো শীত পড়ছে, খুব একটা আমরা ডিফারেন্স বুঝি না, কিন্তু গাছপালা বোঝে। ফুল ফোটার সময় বদলে যাবে, রেজাল্ট হবে দেয়ার উড বি সিরিয়াস ফুড শর্টেজ ইন দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড। বাংলাদেশের খবরের কাগজগুলো ব্যালেন্স নিউজ তো দেয় না। আজকে আফগানিস্তানে 5 লাখ লোক মৃত্যুর সম্মুখীন হচ্ছে খরার কারণে, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ। সাউথ সুদানে 2-3 লাখ লোক মৃত্যুর কাছাকাছি। এই যে লোকগুলো 1000 মাইল হেঁটে টেক্সাসের বর্ডারে এসে অপেক্ষা করতে থাকে ক্রস করে আমেরিকায় ঢুকবে, কোত্থেকে আসে? মধ্য আমেরিকার থেকে। কেন? খরা চলছে। আপনি কি টের পেয়েছেন এবছর আপনাদের প্রচন্ড খরা গেছে? আপনি কি টের পেয়েছেন 2017 পরে বাংলাদেশের ইকোনমি নাড়া খাচ্ছে? কারণ চৈত্র মাসে বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে আষাঢ় মাসের মতো। আমদানি করা যেতে পারে, কিন্তু চাল কিনতে হচ্ছে এখন। খাদ্যমন্ত্রী ধমকাচ্ছেন, আমি আরো আমদানি করবো তোমরা যদি দাম না কমাও। সো আমি খুব সংক্ষেপে বলে ফেলি যে বিষয়টা আপনাদের জন্য অত্যন্ত 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 গুরুত্বপূর্ণ বিষয়। 2009-এর ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ স্ট্র্যাটেজি অ্যান্ড অ্যাকশন প্ল্যান, যেটার ভিত্তিতে দেশ পরিচালিত হচ্ছে, আমার তত্ত্বাবধানে তৈরি হয়েছে। অ্যাডাপ্টেশন এর জন্য যে বৈশ্বিক পরিকল্পনার অংশ আমরা তৈরি করছি, যেটা বাংলাদেশের জন্য বাধ্যতামূলক করতে হবে, যেটা 2 মাসের মধ্যে আমি জমা দেব, আমি দলনেতা। বাট এখানে বলা হচ্ছে দিস ডকুমেন্ট মাস্ট বি কান্ট্রি ড্রিভেন। ইকবাল কবির, I would expect, please respect this particular issue. This is decision number 1. It should be country driven, not UNFP, FPA or UNICEF and others driven by them. আমরা এখনো সেই ধাক্কার মধ্যে আছি। মারগুব জাহাঙ্গীর কিংবা ওর, আমরা তো আমার মতোই, কিন্তু অন্য সাহেবের বাচ্চারা এসে রিপোর্ট করে আর আমরা তাদের কথায় লাফাই। এইটা বন্ধ করতে হবে। 2 নম্বর, বৈশ্বিক ডকুমেন্টে বলা হচ্ছে it should be gender based or gender focused. 3 নম্বর, we need to pay attention to youth. 4 নম্বর, we need to pay attention to ecosystem. Community based হতে হবে, locally led হতে হবে, nature based solution হতে হবে। এই কাজ করতে গিয়ে পভার্টি অ্যান্ড ফুড সিকিউরিটির কথা ভুললে চলবে না, ডিজাস্টার রেজিলিয়েন্সের কথা ভুললে চলবে না। আজকে প্রধান উৎপাদন উদ্গীরণকারী হচ্ছে চীন, দ্বিতীয় ইউএসএ, তৃতীয় ভারত। এবং এই 3টা দেশ, এর মধ্যে ইউএসএ কেবল লাইনে আসার চেষ্টা করছে, চীন আর ভারত রিফিউজ করছে এ ব্যাপারে কোনো কাজ করতে। আমি একদম নাম ধরে বলছি, কারণ আমরা বৈশ্বিক মিটিং এ গালাগালি করছি তাদেরকে, কিন্তু তাদের কথা হচ্ছে আমাদের দারিদ্র এবং ক্ষুধা, এই দুটো দূর না করে আমরা কিছু করতে পারবো না। বাংলাদেশের অবস্থাও তাই। আমরা ন্যাশনালি ডিটারমিন্ড কমিটমেন্ট আমরা করেছি। কিছু বিদেশি শক্তি, সিভিল সোসাইটি আছে, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল অর্গানাইজেশন আছে, তারা আমাদেরকে দিয়ে লেখিয়ে ফেলছে যে আমরা 2030-এর মধ্যে আর বাড়াবে না আমাদের, এবং 2050-এর মধ্যে আমরা 0 করবো। অ্যাবসার্ড, ইম্পসিবল। এই দেশের কোন মানুষ প্রতিজ্ঞা তারা রাখে। একজন, আমি নামটা নোট করতে ভুলে গেছি, ভেরি কারেক্টলি আইপিসিসির 6 রিপোর্টের ভলিউম 1 রিলিজড হয়েছে, সেটার কথা বলেছে। কাইন্ডলি আরেকবার পড়বে ওটা। 5 যে ক্যাটাগরির ঘূর্ণিঝড় আজ পর্যন্ত আমাদের দেশে 10, 15, 20 বছরের মাথায় ক্যাটাগরি 5 250 কিলোমিটার পার আওয়ার রেটে ঘূর্ণিঝড় হবে, জলোচ্ছ্বাস বাড়বে। আমরা প্রস্তুত। উই আর ওয়ান অফ দ্য ফিউ রেডি কান্ট্রিজ। জলোচ্ছ্বাসের জন্য আমাদের 15 ফুট উঁচু বাঁধ আছে, আমরা এটাকে 20 ফুট করছি, কিন্তু হয়তো তার থেকে বেশি হবে। লবণাক্ততা বাড়বে। কে বললে? এই মারগুব বোধহয়, সরি, হ্যাঁ, মারগুব জাহাঙ্গীর বললেন যে যশোর খুলনায় লবণাক্ত হবে। আরে ভাই, গোপালগঞ্জ লবণাক্ত আজকে। গোপালগঞ্জ ইজ স্যালাইন, খুলনার লবণাক্ততা ইজ সেম, ঠিক খুলনা না, সাতক্ষীরা কিংবা শ্যামনগরের লবণাক্ততা ইজ দ্য সেম লবণাক্ততা অফ দি সি। কোস্টের থানাগুলোতে, শ্যামনগর, কয়রা ইত্যাদিতে লবণাক্ততার কারণে খাবার পানি নেই। সবচেয়ে গরিব মানুষটাও খাবার পানি কিনে খায়। আর লবণ পানি যুক্ত পানি খেলে কি হয় আপনাদেরকে বোঝানোর আমার কোনোই প্রয়োজন নেই, কারণ এতে পুরুষ মহিলার সবারই হাইপার টেনশন বাড়ছে। একটা ফোন করেন, ডিজি সাহেব আছেন, আপনি যে কোনো একটা উপকূলীয় থানাতে ফোন করেন, কয়রা, শ্যামনগর কিংবা ওই লাইন ধরে সাতক্ষীরা, খুলনা, বাগেরহাট, বরগুনাতে প্রচন্ড লবণাক্ততা, এবং তার রেজাল্ট হচ্ছে ফিমেল রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ হেলথে প্রেগন্যান্সি প্রবলেম হচ্ছে, অ্যাবর্শন হচ্ছে। আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইট কুড বি এ বিগ সোশ্যাল ইস্যু ইন 20 years টাইম। মহিলার বাচ্চা হচ্ছে না, শাশুড়ি বকাঝকা করছে, এই ধরনের সমস্যা আসবে। আর বাড়ছে হিট স্ট্রোক।
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না আইনুন নিশাত স্যার, আমরা শুনতে পাচ্ছেন আপনাকে।
এত সুন্দর কথাগুলো।
নেটওয়ার্ক কানেকশন গন্ডগোল এর কারণে আপনার
হ্যাং করেছে,
একটু ওয়েট করতে হবে।
He is the person who knows in depth of everything, তাই না? একদম নখদর।
অত্যন্ত ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা এবং সুন্দর কথা, আমাদের শোনা উচিত।
একদম একেবারে
ওনাকে নিয়ে আলাদা করেই আমাদের বসতে হবে একদিন।
হ্যাঁ, আমার মনে হয় আমাদেরকে স্যারকে নিয়ে আর একটু বড় ফোরামে একদিন বসতে হবে।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম, আমাদের টাইমটা অনেক ওভারশুট করছেন, সব এসে বসে আছেন তারা। থমাস
আমি কথা বলেছি, একটু এক্সকিউজ চাচ্ছি, সবাইকে বলেছি আধা ঘন্টা পিছিয়ে দেবে, কিন্তু আমি মাস্ট আর 5 মিনিট আছে, তার মধ্যে শেষ করতে চাই, না হলে পরের সেশনটা এভরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট পারসন।
স্যারকে আমরা আলাদা নিব, সেটা ইয়ে দিয়ে আরেকটা
ইকবাল, আপনি কি স্যারের সাথে সরাসরি টুরিং করবেন যে স্যার ঢুকতে পারছেন কিনা, নাহলে আমরা অন্য কাউকে, দুইজনকে সংক্ষেপে 2-1 মিনিট বলতে দিয়ে তবে শেষ করে দাও।
সাইজ আসছে আর হুদাই মোটামুটি হয়ে গেছে অনেকেরই আমাদের।
সাইদ ভাই আর আমাদের সোসাইটি থেকে মনে হয় একদিন একজনকে ডক্টর ইকবাল বেলি,
রবিদাবেন নাই,
টকিং টু স্যার, রবিদাবেনকে পাই নাই আমরা,
ম্যাডাম
রবিদাবেন ধরে নেই।
আমি 1 মিনিটে শেষ করছি, আই গট ডিসকানেক্টেড। ইকবাল, আমি
আপনার সাথে আমরা আবার বলবো, আপনি বলে যান, পরে আপনার সাথে আমরা সোসাইটি মিলে বলবো।
আমাদের অনেক জানা আছে। 1 মিনিটে শেষ করেন, কিন্তু আমরা পরে
1 মিনিটে শেষ করছি।
জি স্যার, জি স্যার।
সরি, আমি 1 মিনিটে শেষ করছি। সাবজেক্টটা আপনাদের জন্য খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট, এটা খুব সিরিয়াস অবস্থা থেকে গেছে।
আপনাকে কিন্তু 1 মিনিট বেঁধে দেওয়া হয়নি, আপনি আরেকটু বলতে পারেন, আমরা শুনতে পারি, আমরা বুঝতে পারি, জানতে পারি, আপনি আরেকটু বলেন।
স্যার আমাদের অন্য সমস্ত ডেলিগেট চলে আসছে তো, এই জন্য স্যার।
আচ্ছা জিনাত একটু বলতে।
আচ্ছা, আমি 2-3 মিনিটে শেষ করছি। পৃথিবীতে আলোচনাটা চলছে টেকনিক্যালি এন্ড পলিটিক্যালি। মজার জিনিস হচ্ছে এই আলোচনাতে কোনো ভোটিং নেই। 196টা দেশকে একমত হতে হয়। একটা বাড়িতে 3 ভাই একমত হতে পারে না, সেখানে 196-97টা দেশ নেগোসিয়েশনে একমত হতে হয়। আইপিসিসির 6 নম্বর রিপোর্ট বেরিয়েছে অগাস্ট মাসে, কাইন্ডলি একটু পড়ে দেখবেন। আমাদের জন্য ভীষণ বিপদ। বাংলাদেশ বোধ করি মোস্ট ভালনারেবল কান্ট্রি, না হলেও টপ 3-4টার মধ্যে অন্তর্গত। বন্যা বাড়বে, খরা বাড়বে, নদী ভাঙন বাড়বে, ল্যান্ডস্লাইড বাড়বে, গরম বাড়বে, কুয়াশা বাড়বে, বজ্রপাত বাড়বে, শিলাবৃষ্টি বাড়বে। মহিলাদের অনেক ধরনের প্রবলেম বাড়বে, হাইপার টেনশন বাড়বে কোস্টাল এরিয়াতে। এবং গত 7 দিন আগের খবর হচ্ছে দক্ষিণ মেরুতে একটা বরফের টুকরো বাংলাদেশের সাইজের সমান এটা গলা শুরু করেছে। হয়তো 3-4 বছরের মধ্যে ঢাকা শহরের চারপাশের পানি লবণাক্ত হবে। এখন থেকে 50 বছর পরে দিস ইজ মডেল দ্বারা কনফার্ম। আপনি যদি একটা লাইন টানেন যশোর থেকে গোপালগঞ্জ, গোপালগঞ্জ থেকে চাঁদপুর, চাঁদপুর থেকে ফেনী, তাহলে এটা সমুদ্রের অংশ হয়ে যাবে। সেলিনিটি এবং ইকোসিস্টেম বদলে যাবে। ইউ শুড বি রেডি। বর্তমানে আমাদের যে প্রজাতির খাদ্যদ্রব্য উৎপাদিত হয়, যে ভ্যারাইটি, তার পরিমাণ অর্ধেক হয়ে যাবে 50 বছরের মাথায়। খাদ্য ঘাটতি অবশ্যই দেখা দেবে, যে কারণে গভর্নমেন্টের মেইন ইনভেস্টমেন্ট হচ্ছে এগ্রিকালচার সেক্টরে, আর তারপরে হচ্ছে ওয়াটার সেক্টরে। গভর্নমেন্টের নিজস্ব ফান্ডের কথা বলা হয়েছে, আমি একজন ট্রাস্টি সেই ফান্ডে, যেটাতে আমরা মূলত এগ্রিকালচারকে যথেষ্ট সাপোর্ট দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি। বিদেশিরা একটা ফান্ড ক্রিয়েট করেছে যেটা ব্র্যাকের মাধ্যমে পরিচালিত হয়, যেটা আমি চেয়ারম্যান। এটাতে আমরা খাবার পানির ক্ষেত্রে টপ প্রায়োরিটি দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি। সো আপনাদেরকে আমি বিনীতভাবে
উত্তরণের উপায় কি?
উত্তরণের উপায় হচ্ছে শুরু হয়ে গেছে মাইগ্রেশন, যেটা দুনিয়া পছন্দ করছে না। ইতিমধ্যে সাতক্ষীরার পপুলেশন কি নেগেটিভ জানেন? তার বার্থ রেট, ডেথ রেট বাংলাদেশের অন্য জায়গার সমান, কিন্তু মাইগ্রেশন শুরু হওয়ার কারণে একেবারে কোস্টাল বেল্ট থেকে মানুষ যাচ্ছে। এখন সলিউশন কি? সলিউশনটা হচ্ছে পৃথিবীর হাতে, বাংলাদেশের হাতে সলিউশন নেই। বাংলাদেশের কিচ্ছু করার নেই। পৃথিবী কমিট করেছে 13ই নভেম্বর 2021 সনে, 13ই নভেম্বর তারা 1.5 ডিগ্রিতে আনতে চেষ্টা করবে 2050-এর মধ্যে। যদি পারে তাহলে এই বিরূপ প্রতিক্রিয়া, পৃথিবী তৈরি হচ্ছে নতুন ভ্যারাইটি, নতুন কাল্টিভার নিয়ে। সো আমি শেষ করছি, আমাদের দায় হচ্ছে অ্যাডাপ্টেশন। এটাকে মোকাবেলার জন্য কি করতে হবে? আপনাকে বলতে হবে পলিসি মেকারদের যে মহিলাদের উপরে কি প্রতিক্রিয়া। 1, তাদের একলামশিয়া বাড়ছে। 2, তাদের প্রেগন্যান্সি রেট কমে যাচ্ছে। 3, তাদের হাইপারটেনশন বাড়ছে। 4, ডিজাস্টারের ইন্টেন্সিটি ফ্রিকোয়েন্সি বাড়বে। এটা বাড়লে সবচেয়ে বেশি ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত, এফেক্টেড হয় মহিলারা এবং শিশুরা। আমি উইথ অথরিটি কথা বলছি, কারণ আমি বাংলাদেশকে বৈশ্বিক পর্যায়ে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করি। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
অসম্ভব ভালো একটা,
অসম্ভব
অসম্ভব, এটা বলার কিছু নেই।
এন্ডলেস।
স্যার আমরা একদিন একটা বড় সেশন রাখবো, 3 ঘন্টার সেশন রাখবো স্যার, আপনার সাথে কথা শুনবো ইনশাআল্লাহ।
একদম একদম একদম।
সলিউশন
অতি শীঘ্র করো, আমি চাই যে অতি শীঘ্র হোক, কি করা যায়।
I think this is the success of policy session. Iqbal bhai, please go ahead.
Kobhi, please, apni carry on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
অসুস্থ অবস্থায়ও আমাদেরকে সময় দিয়েছেন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ ওজিএসবির আগ্রহে তারা দিয়ে স্যার একদিন সময় দিবেন, আমরা এটা ফ্যাসিলিটেট করব। থ্যাংক ইউ সো ভেরি মাচ আপনার স্যার ইন ডেপথ আলোচনার জন্য। আমরা আরেকটা সেশনের তারা আছে, আপনাদেরই তারা আছে, সেই কারণে একটু কাটশট করছি। শাহনারা ম্যাডাম দেখলাম লেফট করেছেন, বিজিএফপি ম্যাডাম কি আছেন? তাহলে ওনার কথা শুনবো, শুনে প্রফেসর রওশনারা এবং ওজিএসবির পক্ষ থেকে যদি আপনারা পারমিট করেন, যারা প্যানেলে ছিলেন, ডক্টর ফারহানা, ডক্টর ফাউজিয়া,
আবু সাইদকে দেন। আবু সাইদ
আবু সাইদ 1 মিনিট আর ফাউজিয়া 1 মিনিট।
আর দিতে কোনো অসুবিধা নাই।
যেটা আমি বেশি বলবো না, কারণ আমি আসলে
গেস্ট আমরা না বললেও হবে, গেস্টরা বলুক
না। শুধু আমি একটা কথাই বলবো, এই কথাটা যে হ্যাঁ, আমাদের এইটা নিয়ে, এই ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ নিয়ে এত স্বল্প পরিসরে বলাটা খুব ডিফিকাল্ট। কিন্তু এই জিনিসটা বলবো যে আমরা যে গোটা প্ল্যানেটকে যদি একটা ইউনিট ধরে এবং এটা যদি ওয়ান হেলথ ধরে, তাহলে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের কারণে শুধু যে মানে উইমেনরা না, পশু পাখি থেকে শুরু করে গাছপালা থেকে শুরু করে সবকিছুই আসলে এফেক্টেড হয়। এবং সেই জন্য আমি মনে করি যে আজকে যেটা আইনন্ডেশনদের কথাটা যেটা, সেটা হলো যে জায়গাটাতে আমার কাছে মুভমেন্টটা চলছে, সে মুভমেন্টটা হচ্ছে ডিগ্রোথ, মানে প্রোডাকশন তার এগেনস্ট অ্যান্টি প্রোডাকশন, যে এখন আর আমাদের যে আগ্রহ। সেই জন্য এই কথাটা হচ্ছে এরকম ধরনের যে if we manage to decide collectively, democratically and scientifically what is the necessity of a good life, then possibly this planet has plenty. আর আমাদের নতুন কিছু তৈরি করার দরকার নাই, আমার ডিফরেস্টেশন দরকার নাই, আর আমার বেশি ডেভেলপমেন্টের দরকার নাই। যা আছে এই জায়গাটাতে প্ল্যানেটকে আমরা মোটামুটি ভাবে চিন্তা করে দেখি এবং সেভাবে আমরা থাকি। অনেক ধন্যবাদ, অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you very much.
Fauzia, এক মিনিট, Fauzia. Unmute, please. Yeah.
Honorable Chairperson, my respected teachers and colleagues, I want to express my gratitude for allowing me to be a part of this Dhaka Declaration. Climate change has direct impacts on human health and well-being. Vulnerable populations affected are women, pregnant women with cancer, the disabled, and the elderly, who comprise the majority of the poor in our country and in the global context. They are at the highest risk of adverse impacts when disasters occur due to inequitable distribution of resources. As we all know, that the climate crisis is tilting the risk balance unfavorably with women's sexual and reproductive health and rights, and particularly in women with gynecological cancers. And we, the obstetrician and gynecologists, have the unique opportunity to raise awareness, educate, and advocate for mitigation strategies to reverse climate change affecting our patients and their families. I will not go into the details because time is constrained. Chemical carcinogens are increasing, and they also give rise to wildfires, pollutants, changes in ecology and floods, and they actually, especially the chlorofluorocarbon aerosols, trap extra heat in the Earth's atmosphere, and it is increasing the chemical carcinogens. And this in turn results in displacement of populations, family disruption, violence, and major impacts on water quality and availability. They are the indirect factors for the development of detrimental effect on women suffering from cancer. So I will just go into the recommendations that investments in cancer prevention and treatment, improving delivery of cancer services in the aftermath of climate change disasters can reduce the impacts on women's cancer. And it negatively affects the women, and it is felt most by girls and women who already experience multiple barriers to their cancer management. So our recommendations are the establishment of a dedicated network of stakeholders focusing on gynecological cancer and climate change to improve dialogue, more investment in research, more attention to cancer management and disaster risk management process. We have to form society-wide solutions, government policies, and global cooperation to address and reduce contributors, including fossil fuel reproduction, to climate change, as our Honorable Health Minister, Sir Mr. Zahid Malik MP, has wisely mentioned in our inaugural session that the pollution is being created by developed countries, while its adversity is causing enormous health hazard to nations like ours. And climate change affects women's gynecological cancer. It is a public health issue, a social justice issue, a human rights issue, an economic issue, a political issue, and a gender issue that needs our attention for the health and well-being of our women at present, for our future generation. Ashun, আমাদের নারীদের ক্যান্সার প্রতিরোধ ও চিকিৎসার ক্ষেত্রে সংঘবদ্ধ হয়ে কাজ করি। মুক্ত করো ভয়, আপনার মাঝে শক্তি ধরো, নিজেরে করো জয়। সংকোচেরও বিহবলতায় নিজেরে অপমান, সংকটেরও কল্পনাতে হয়েও না ম্রিয়মান। ধন্যবাদ OGSB Scientific Committee কে, ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Dr. Fauzia. May I now request Professor Farhana Diwan for her 1-minute speech?
আমার মনে হয় ফারহানাকে কি দিব আমরা? আমার মনে হয় রওশনাপা শেষ করে দেন, সবাই অপেক্ষা করছে।
আমি চাচ্ছি না। It's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody is waiting for the next session. Thanks, Professor Ferdowsi, for excellent and time-demanding subject নিয়ে আসার জন্য। I was very much depressed. The World Meteorological Department was declaring that time is very much sparse, but Professor Ainun Nishat অনেক হতাশ করার পরেও অনেক পজিটিভ থিঙ্কিং দিয়েছে। ডক্টর আবু সাইদও বলছেন ডোন্ট গেট ডিপ্রেসড, আমরা নিশ্চয়ই এগিয়ে যাব। আমি পজিটিভ থিঙ্ক করি সবসময়, নিশ্চয়ই আমরা এই অবস্থা থেকে বেরিয়ে আসতে পারবো। আমি চাচ্ছি যে আইনুন নিশার সাথে আমরা আবার বসবো এবং আমরা চেষ্টা করবো যে আজকে যে ঢাকা ডিক্লারেশন হয়েছে সেটা থেকে আমরা বের হয়ে আসতে পারবো। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। আমি এখানে মির্জা মীর শওকত আলী আছেন, সবার পারমিশন নিয়ে একটা কথা বলছি। ভাইয়া, আপনি ইউ আর লিডিং ইন মেনি প্লেসেস। আমাদের প্রত্যেকটা জায়গায় আমাদের সোসাইটির লোকজন আছে, সারা দেশে ছড়ানো। আমরা আপনাদের সাথে একসঙ্গে কাজ করতে চাই অল ওভার দ্য কান্ট্রি। সুতরাং উইল গো ফরওয়ার্ড, আপনাদের সাথে কথা বলবো এবং এগিয়ে যাব। আপনি সঙ্গে আমরা ফরেস্টকেও নিতে চাই আপনার পরিবেশের সাথে। সো উইল ডিল উইথ দিস ইন ফিউচার মিটিংস। আপনাকে এখন দাওয়াত দিয়ে রাখলাম, স্যারকে এবং আপনাকে। ধন্যবাদ। ভাইয়া শেষ করেন, ইকবাল ভাই শেষ করে দেন প্লিজ।
এই ঢাকা ডিক্লারেশনটা 9 পয়েন্টস যে ডিক্লারেশন, এটা কি ফোকাস করার দরকার আছে, না উই জাস্ট ডিক্লেয়ার দ্যাট ইট ইজ অ্যাডপ্টেড?
আমার মনে হয় আমরা এটাকে আপাতত পেন্ডিং রাখি। উইল হ্যাভ এ 3-hour সেশন ইন ফিউচার, ভেরি শর্ট, সেখানে আমরা বিস্তারিত আলোচনা করব।
আমার দিক থেকে থ্যাংক ইউ সো ভেরি মাচ। যেহেতু নেক্সট সেশনটা আছে, I humbly thank all the participants, all the distinguished panelists and chairpersons on behalf of OGSB and Climate Change and Health Promotion Unit of the Health Services Division of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. We look forward for working together in focusing the gender issues, and in particular the climate change and its impact on women's health. Thank you so very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম। ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম। আমাদের একটাই সাকসেস এখানে যে আমরা মিনিস্ট্রির ইম্পর্টেন্ট জায়গায় আমরা একসঙ্গে কাজ করতে যাচ্ছি এবং উইল মেক ইট ইনশাআল্লাহ।
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 Thank you.
So, madam,
for next session, rapporteur Dr. Lima Shompa. Lima Shompa, you are requested to contact the session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Dear participants from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good day to you all. It is my immense pleasure to act as a rapporteur on this session. And I am Dr. Lima Shompa, welcoming you to all to the 13th International Scientific Conference of 2022 of OGSB. Our session is panel discussion with the theme is optimizing cesarean section. We have two renowned chairpersons, Professor Ferdowsi Begum and Professor Rubina Sohili. And we also have eminent speakers, Dr. Michael Robson and Professor Lubna Hassan. At this session, we have also panel discussion. We have panelists. Now, I am requesting my Professor Farhana Dewan Madam to conduct this session. Over to you, Madam.
Farhana, পরিচয় পর্ব খুব সংক্ষেপ।
Thank you very much, Dr. Lima. Honorable chairs, dear audience, good afternoon to you all. It's my proud privilege to moderate this very important session on optimizing cesarean section. As the cesarean section rate is rising alarmingly, we need to just think about it and go for innovative approaches to bring it down. So here we are to discuss on this issue. Our chairpersons are Professor Rubina Sohel and Professor Ferdowsi Begum, and we have two very eminent keynote presentations which will be followed by a very interactive panel discussion. Professor Rubina Sohel is a past present SAFOG. She's a very good friend of ours, and Professor OBGYN SIM is Lahore, Pakistan, and chair of FIGO Committee on Violence Against Women, and she's the author of many chapters and books. Welcome, Professor Rubina Sohel. Our another chairperson is Professor Ferdowsi Begum. She is the dynamic president of OGSB, and she's the immediate past president SAFOG. And she is the focal point Bangladesh FIGO Initiative for Prevention of Unsafe Abortion, and also member technical subcommittee for SRH. So, dear audience, we'll be listening to the two very important keynote presentations. And any one of you, if you have any question, please put it in the chat box. And please, everybody is requested to stick to their time because we have the panel discussion also following this. So it's my pleasure to request Dr. Michael Robson to bring his start with his presentation. And we were so lucky to listen to Sir for a long 3 hours just 2 weeks back. So he is working as a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, National Maternity Hospital, Dublin, Ireland. And Sir is an expert in, he has created, he's the brainchild, is our Robson 10 group classification of cesarean section, which has been adopted and advocated by WHO, adopted by many countries. Over to you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you. And first of all, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir, very much.
Good. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the rest of the world. Thank you for asking me to talk about this. And we had a long session, as our chairman already talked about, last week, actually, 1 week. And we were able to talk about it and discuss results in a lot more detail. Today, I'd like to try and just give a more of a summary, but look forward to the panel discussion, which hopefully will bring some of the issues out. Now, I want to really explain how this all started. In 1988, I was fortunate enough to start working at the National Maternity Hospital, well known in the world for a philosophy known as active management labor. And the whole idea about the 10 groups started then because I was quite struck about the debate in the literature about the management and the cesarean section rate in this most important group of women, first-time mothers, spontaneously laboring with a single cephalic pregnancy at greater or equal to 37 weeks. And that debate took place mainly at the time I was there between Ireland or Dublin, the National Maternity Hospital, and other hospitals in the UK. Just prior to that, in the early 80s, O'Driscoll published a paper in response to Sid Bottoms, an American obstetrician. And Sid Bottoms explained that in the United States, while the cesarean section rate had dramatically increased, the perinatal mortality rate had come down. And this was also an influence on my thinking at the time, because he made the statement that, you know, isn't it difficult to tell what the relationship between cesarean section rates and perinatal mortality rate? It looks, if you look at that graph, see that the two are related. But O'Driscoll from the National Maternity Hospital then published, and this is from his paper, which is well worth looking at, showed that the perinatal mortality rate had actually decreased in Dublin, in Ireland, in the National Maternity Hospital, but the cesarean section rate had remained at 5%. And he made the observation that the two weren't connected. I think that's a little bit extreme, and obviously they're connected, but the real question for us is how and when they're connected. He also came out with a paper around that time suggesting, looking at the American results, that the big increase in cesarean section rate in the US was due to this thing called dystocia, which is another talk and a workshop on its own. But that was the main reason why the cesarean section rate was increasing. And that's true today as much as then. Now, these three papers, I really would advise you to look at that. Because of the papers published in the American journals by O'Driscoll, Parkland, in particular Ken Levino, sadly recently demised, Gary Cunningham and Jack Pritchard came out with a response to those papers by O'Driscoll and called it an answer to the House of Horn, where they critically challenged some of the conclusions that O'Driscoll had made and tried to make the point that cesarean section rates were related to ethnic differences, gestational differences, and parity. And this this was the beginning of correspondence in the American Journal, which was replied by cesarean section and perinatal outcome, a response from the House of Horn about a year or two later, and then a final letter, a final article from the Parkland group et al. And the reason why this is important and part of the 10 groups, because it makes the point where you have two completely different cultures of care and delivery trying to compare results and to see who was right and who was wrong. Well, who is right and who is wrong? As clinicians, we all know in most given situations what is right or what is wrong. All of us as individuals or even as departments. But our problem is proving it. And when you make things and look at the clear necessity and requirements, labor and delivery, safety and quality is what we need, but it depends on simplicity and consistency and a certain amount of discipline as well. And safety and quality are ultimately related to outcome. and I think it's outcome that guides processes. And this was the philosophical approach that I took to developing the 10 groups, that ultimately outcome is what is important. Because at the moment, I think we've got competing philosophies in evidence-based medicine. We've got randomized controlled trials, which effectively just look at and comparing processes and tries to decide which one is better than the other without looking at absolute results. Outcome driven is maybe the other extreme, where you say, well, things are done a little bit differently, so be it, but actually looking at our results, what I refer to as perinatal audit, in a standard way is also another way which can guide processes or affect change in process. And I think if you look at businesses or sports organizations, I don't see them in trying to achieve quality care or quality results doing randomized controlled trials. I see them recording very specific routine data, classifying the data and making conclusions from that. And maybe we need the both of them, but at the moment we're very driven towards, or encouraged to drive towards, RCTs and process driven. And again, that contributed to, surely there must be a better way of understanding things, comparing things, or trying to, if we ever can, get to this thing called the truth. So I would suggest to you that the first measure of safety, quality, and consistency in any organization, medical or otherwise, is knowing what your results are. And that brings up the issue of routine data collection. Again, another area which is worth a conference on its own, because routine data collection is challenging. It is difficult, and it's not easy to do in our practice, or seemingly not able to do, whether we spend enough resource or not otherwise. Now, once you have the routine data, the second measure of safety, quality, and consistency is the ability to understand the results and compare them with other delivery units and use them to improve quality of care. And this is referring to the classification and the purpose of a classification. Why is perinatal audit so difficult? Well, it's not recognized as an entity, a specialist area, or even at all useful. It's a poor relationship of RCTs. And as I've said before, routine quality data is resource dependent, requiring total, and I mean total, organizational commitment, not only from the organization, but even from the government. And government should be rewarding good quality data as opposed to right or wrong or low or high results. And then lastly, there have been until recently no accepted classifications, principles, or training programs. And this is what will need to change, I think. Few delivery units, regions, or countries, if any, have committed to routine quality data collection. And it is as much a problem, you could argue even greater, in well-developed countries as much as non-developed countries. Now, there's certain principles of a classification system. It's got to be simple. It's got to be easy to implement. It's got to be useful. People got to understand it and want to use it, not at the academic echelons of in our subject, but right at the forefront of those providing care. It should be considered as a starting point, not necessarily the end point. Everybody challenges classification and say, well, it doesn't include this or doesn't include that. It should be the starting point, a point which brings everyone together. Ideally, it should be stable and self-validating. So by stability, I mean that you shouldn't want to change it every year or so. It should be self-validating if it's designed and structured in a certain way where there is some consistency to certain findings. It's very much easier to look at the classification and actually make a comment on whether the data is good data or obviously not good quality data. It's got to be universal. Everybody's got to be able to use it with the minimum of resources. And dare I mention it, women themselves should be able to understand it. And I'll show you, or you should know, that within the 10 group classification, many women papers have been done to show that they understand it as well. It's got to be prospectively determined. And the reason for that is You've got to identify groups which, if you do want to change things, you can identify them before the clinical events occur. It's no good having it after the event. It must be identified as a prospective group, and they've got to be clinically relevant in everyday practice, very easy to identify, and they have to account for everybody, and you should be able to reproduce it in different environments. The groups must be objectively, certainly at the top of the hierarchy, and not subjectively defined. The definitions, when they become subjective, should be further down in the classification, for example, like indications. But at the top end of the classification, the starting point, they must be objectively, so you can actually test and make sure that people classify in the same way. Mutually exclusive and totally inclusive, an important principle in that everyone will be classified, can be classified, but any women in our instance can only be put into one group. There should be no misunderstanding or no discussion. They can only go in one group, and the rules should be applied in a disciplined way. And also, lastly, in a classification, it should not depend on variables that we cannot agree on. So any classification that depends on a type of management will not work. It just won't last. The criteria that was chosen for the 10 groups, which I'll come into, is previous obstetric record, category of pregnancy, course, and gestation. So a woman is either nulliparous, multiparous without a cesarean section scar, or multiparous with 1, 2, or even more cesarean section scars, and even a vaginal delivery. It's very simple, it's prospective, it's clinically relevant, and mutually exclusive. Category of pregnancy is a mixture of lie, number of babies, and presentation, to put it into a clinical context. So a pregnancy, when you see in the labor ward or in the antenatal clinic, is either single cephalic, single breech, multiple pregnancy, or single transverse or oblique lie. The course is recognizing that the only way a woman can deliver her baby is either going into spontaneous labor, either being induced, or having what is known as a pre-labor cesarean section, which may be an emergency and elective. And by the way, if you induce somebody but they don't go into labor, they still should fall into the induced group. And lastly, the gestation, the number of weeks at delivery. These are objective things. They're simple, they're clinically relevant, they're not going to change. Management may change of these, but the classification will not change. So therefore, it should be both robust, clinically useful, and long-lasting. And incidences like, for example, breaches are very, very consistent. They may vary according to the number of preterm deliveries or in terms of nulliparous women, but they're very, very consistent generally. So there's a simplicity, there's a clarity of thought structure. And remember that argument, the discussion between the two countries about, their results. It stimulates interest, discussion, and education and understanding, but it encourages people to start in the same place. Encourages long-term commitment and responsibility, and particularly understood and appreciated by those at the front line of care. It changes things around the 10 groups. It embraces different ways of care. It accepts that it is very difficult to standardize the processes of care. And rather than concentrating on standardizing those processes, standardize the way we carry out perinatal order, so greater learning and comparison can take place between delivery units. And I think therefore naturally processes will come close together, but I don't envisage personally that they will ever be exactly the same. And there are good reasons for that, but accepting it. It's based on the premise that all information, I know we're talking about cesarean section rates a lot of the time with the 10 groups, but it's a perinatal classification system, not just a cesarean section system. All information will be more clinically relevant by stratifying them using the 10 groups. And the beauty is, and there's subgroups or even amalgamated groups, but the beauty is for every group, you can look at any other outcome you want, whether they're medical legal cases, complaints, perinatal morbidity or mortality, cerebral palsy, anything you like. And no perinatal event or outcome, including and especially cesarean section, should be considered in isolation from other events, outcomes, and organizational issues. And any difference in either the sizes of groups or any of the events and outcomes in the groups are either due to poor data quality, by far the most common one, because we are no good at collecting routine data, significant epidemiological factors, differences, and then only lastly, differences in practice. Now that may vary in different organizations, but they're the only three reasons why there may be a difference. And it bears remembering that when you do your own 10 groups, if you do that, you should be able to explain for one of those reasons. It won't reach its full potential until individual countries, professional organizations, and other delivery units commit to it. And at the moment is not being used anywhere near its full potential. And it's really very simple, the intention to treat philosophy according to your processes. And you could do the 10 groups on a hospital population, a group practice, an individual's practice, or a specifically predefined group of women. For example, insulin-dependent diabetics, or those that needed infertility treatment. It will not only inform you on the results, it will inform you on the makeup of your original population. And it will be also useful in interpreting large observational studies. So when anybody comes out with a study, like the ARRIVE trial, we would have a right or to be able to challenge and say, fine, we understand your paper, but what were your 10 groups? What was your background population from which you did the study? Now, the principles of presentation, very important. There has to be a standard presentation table and slide. And the classic way of doing this is within the 10 groups, and they're the two papers on the left there that illustrate that. And the WHO, who have been very behind this and encouraging it, brought in an implementation manual where they actually split up some of the groups into 2A and 2B and 4A and 4B. The point is that you can split up the groups into anything you want. But if you split up more and more, you won't get the same understanding by looking at the table on the slide. And the more information you put, sometimes less is more in communicating information. So these ultimate 10 groups, and I haven't got time to go through them today in detail, but you can see them there. They're formed from obstetrical concepts and parameters that I presented in that table. Why no more subgroups? I've said and explained that less is sometimes more, but the different groups and their specific row on the slide have been chosen to give maximum immediate information. And if we had time, I could explain that. But the way forward now, if people are going to take this on, is detailed interactive workshops. The real advantage, though, when you look at this slide is that the 10 groups is totally inclusive and mutually inclusive. And that last group, or not last group, but that last line usually should be presented outside the table. That's to demonstrate how many you were not able to classify. Because when you look at the 10 groups, if it's bigger in one area than you would expect, there must be another group which is smaller. And it's a very, very good way of checking how good the data quality is. So the first thing you do is you take the number of cesareans over the total number of deliveries. But we're talking about cesareans. It could be anything. It could be oxytocin rates. It could be APGARs less than 7. It could be anything that you look in there, or you could do it together. And this will give the numbers, the total numbers, and you've got to check that the numbers add up to the total. Next, you actually take the denominator in each group, the size of the group, which many people forget about. They just go straight to the cesarean section rates. You can't interpret the cesarean section rate in the 10 groups unless you've fully understood and are aware of the sizes of the groups. And likewise, you can't interpret one group unless you've looked at the sizes of all of the other groups. So here you can see the relative sizes. And here I've shown what roughly they should be. And you can see here between groups 1 and 2, there's a big change in the world happening at the moment in single cephalic nullets, mainly because of increased induction rates. But you can see while we had a 2-to-1 ratio before, or 3-to-1 ratio. Scandinavia still has. Now our ratio is less than 1. Basically, we're intervening either by inducing or delivering by pre-labor section much more. That ratio is always greater in groups 3 to 4, even though they're easier to intervene with and easier to induce. The size of group 5 should be half usually the total cesarean section rate, which is 31%. Breaches are more common in nulliparous women than multips, and that ratio should always coexist. You can see here that the total number of size of group 1 and 2 is about 38%. That means that we've got a 44 to about 56% nulliparous multip ratio. You can see here that the big groups are up at the top here, and all the smaller groups are down at the bottom, and that's really important. The breaches should be about 3 to 4% size only, and if it's greater than that, then you should look to see what the size of group 10 is, because the more preterm deliveries you have in your unit, the more likely you are to have more breaches. And certainly if you've got a large nulliparous population, that will also complement that. The multiple pregnancy size is about 1.5 to 2%. Group 9 should always be less than 1%. And group 10, the average hospital will be less than 5%. But it could be greater or smaller for all kinds of reasons, either a high risk of preterm spontaneous labor or referral center or other things. But the sizes of the groups are crucial. And before you go anywhere near the section rate, you should understand them. Then you start looking at the section rates. And when you look at your own 10 groups, I want you to make note of the section rate here in group 1 and group 2. Whatever about this unit, and this unit is our unit, the National Maternity Hospital, we've got a very low section rate, as low as there is in group 1 and 3, spontaneous labor. And that's what we think are the key groups. The other groups are very different, which we can discuss later. But and remember, group 1 was the reason why it all started. But when you looked at group 1, it became very evident to me that you need to look at all the other sides of the groups and not interpret one on its own. And these are some cesarean section rates that I'm not saying it's right or wrong if it's higher, but you need to have an explanation. And if it's 15% in group 1, so be it. But if you're up to rates of 50 and 60%, then you need to have more information from that group, and you need to be able to explain that in very factual terms. And there are a lot of people that have high section rates in spontaneous labor, which are relatively low risk group of women, but don't have a reason why they have a very high cesarean section rate. And then you take the number of cesarean sections over the total number of deliveries, and it gives you the absolute. And I think it's worth talking about absolute contributions rather than relative of the different groups. And that depends on the section rate within the group and the size of the group, obviously. And you can see here that the main 3 groups are always 1, 2, and 5. And group 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, even though they're very high cesarean section rates, they're irrelevant in the debate about the increase in cesarean section rate, because the groups are so small and the relative contribution not only is very small, but is exactly the same all over the world. There's a lot being written. This is worth reading, the editorial in the American Journal, A New Way of Thinking. No knowns, none known unknowns, and everything in between the 10 groups. But it's emphasizing the point that cesarean sections it's not just a classification of cesarean sections, the 10 groups, but a perinatal classification. And this emphasizes that it's a common starting point. And when people talk about modifications of the 10 groups, I'm sorry, in my view, they just don't understand the purpose of it. The 10 groups is what it is. You can't modify it. It is what it is. Every group can be subdivided, and they can be continually subdivided, or they can be amalgamated. The 10 groups is what it is. It's a common starting point. And if you talk about modifying it, rather than expanding it or looking in more detail, in my view, you don't understand it. The validation of cesarean section rate in the future is going to be knowing the 10 groups on a regular, consistent basis. Level 2 information is going to know your indications for your cesarean. The 10 groups tell us which women, but they don't tell us why. Level 3 information is case mix. You need to know certainly age and BMI, but also other case mix data. And then lastly, perinatal outcomes, maternal, neonatal. And all of that information which you collect has to be interpreted according to your processes, which also have to be documented. Nobody's saying they're right or wrong, but you will only be able to interpret that knowing that. The WHO, I've said, have been very supportive. They've got an implementation manual. They've also organized a Robson classification platform now where you can share data, you can describe your processes, and you can look at other people's data. And this is catching on at all. And I would suggest that you share your data if you have it. And it can be anonymous or otherwise, which is up to you. And Anna Bertrand is the person at the WHO, which I would strongly recommend contacting if you want to take part of this, and she'll take you through it. I just want to say one last thing on indication for cesarean sections. It's a mess at the moment. We've got no consistent classification. And whatever indications you use, you should interpret it within the 10 groups because it becomes more useful. But my advice would be we have to have a different classification for pre-labor as opposed to after spontaneous and induced labor. And pre-labor should really be divided up fetal, maternal, or no medical reason. Yes, collect the subjective data within that. And yes, there may be a bit of fetal and maybe a bit of maternal, but usually there's one primary indication. And I'm going to finish with this slide, which I do not have time to go through, but I would strongly recommend those of you who are interested, and if you're analyzing group 1 and group 3, to use this classification, and maybe we can organize some future event which I'll explain this to you. But this is going to become more and more important, I think, and it's been used, we've used it for 20 years, and there are other places in the world that are now using it. So I'm sorry I just went over time a little bit, but in my view, the biggest advance in 21st century perinatal care to the mother and baby is going to be as a result of better routine structured data collection, more sophisticated analysis, and improved implementation of appropriate changes, which may be different depending on circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an excellent, excellent presentation. And as always, your presentation is an eye-opener for all of us. May I now request Professor Rubina Sohail to comment on Dr. Michael Robson's presentation. Over to you, madam. Please, Rubina madam, unmute yourself.
Yeah, Rubina, are you there? Otherwise, she can comment later.
Okay. So we can go on to the next presentation. Our next presentation is by Professor Lubna Hassan from Pakistan. So she is the member of FIGO Committee on Women in Crisis, Vice President Suffolk till date, and Chairperson MNH Committee Suffolk previously, and the founder of the Women's Hospital Peshawar, Pakistan. Dr. Lubna has done a lot of work on Robson's 10 group classification in her own country. So over to you, madam, for your presentation. She will talk on practical application of TGCS in Pakistan, opportunities and challenges. Madam, please.
Thank you very much. Just let me share my screen. If you just give me a minute.
Yeah, please.
While Professor Hassan is doing that, I don't mind taking any questions or if there's
Yeah, I think you should just carry on, Mike. Thank you. Because I seem to be having an issue with this.
Well, don't worry, Lubna. We'll sort itself out. I can take some questions. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, now, is that visible? Can you hear me?
Yes, madam. We can hear and see.
Thank you so much, Firdausi. Good morning, Mike. Thank you for inviting me to be part of that. And actually, it's a huge privilege to be sharing the podium with Mike. I hope someday we can sit and actually talk about this of my, addiction with the classification. My presentation over the next few minutes, I will not obviously be talking about the Robson classification itself with Professor Robson sitting there. So I will merely be talking about our experience with the training that we initiated in Pakistan and its challenges and opportunities. Just to give you a background, Pakistan is a low middle income country. And according to the new trends, both in Pakistan and globally, we are facing the triple burden now of unmet need, unsafe provision of CS, and overuse of surgical procedures. Obviously, this has been going on now for a decade, and everybody was very worried and confused, and we just didn't know what to do about it. And then we came upon the classification of cesarean sections by Mike Robson, which of course had already been used globally. But in 2015, the WHO finally endorsed it, and so it got a wider audience. I must confess right at the outside that I am not a researcher. I'm just a very frustrated, confused clinician who was trying to find a way out of the mess we were in. So I immediately got enamored and started to study it. But although it says it's very simple, but I felt that as clinicians, especially in Pakistan, senior clinicians would need some training. So we sat down and we conceived and devised this training, and we actually field tested it. But obviously, one person cannot do anything, and we weren't getting anywhere. And so we found our dream team. Here you can see the only person missing in this is Professor Robson himself. Other than that, the entire Pakistan team is here. And of course, with his support in the background, it would have been nice to have him here. Perhaps we'll have a picture someday. But just to show you that is Arzu, the representative of the government of Pakistan. This is the representative of CGPH who made the app for us. This is the representatives of the country office of WHO. That is the representatives of EMRO. Rame is a very good friend, not with us anymore. May God rest his soul. And of course, that's Anna Betran, who Mike just referred to. And she has been a terrific support. She's actually, looking at all that we have done and is very encouraging. So when we got back, the government of Pakistan and WHO collaborated and asked me to refine the training that I had already field tested, and to also put it into, write out a manual that could be used. And we began to train trainers throughout the length and breadth of Pakistan. Now, the training that we had devised is in 2 levels. We first taught for 4 hours, 1 day, and it was just an introduction and how to collect the data, both manually and electronically. And then we gave an interim period of a month, but because of COVID, it turned out to be 4 months in which they were supposed to practice collecting their data, sending it to me, where I would compile it and generate the table, and then use that same data in level 2 training, where the same people would come and we would then train them using their own data. So this was the training that we devised. Of course, we also had the Android app that is a lot like the global platform, but it does expedite and facilitate the data collection and actually automatically generates the table as well. So we also needed to, because it couldn't be used all over. So we, also made some, copies and, the registers padded up so that LHVs and midwives could also use it. So we made these very simple tools that they use to compile their data, and so that I could then put it on an Excel sheet and then teach them how to do it themselves. So the actual training started here in the northwest of Pakistan in Peshawar. We trained these units in 2 circuits. So that was 10 trainings right across the country. Then Islamabad, and with Islamabad, we had the territories of Islamabad, Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Kashmir. Punjab, which is the largest province and the most populous and the most developed, we had 2 sessions there. Balochistan is the largest province, territory-wise, with the smallest population and the least developed. And then we had Sindh. So as you can see, Pakistan is, even health-wise, it is almost like dealing with separate countries. And that's why we felt it was important to go and train a core group of trainers within each province who could then take it on for sustainability. So in the end, we trained around 96 senior obstetricians in 46 units and facilities. These were all large urban public sector teaching hospitals. So we thought at the time that because they are similar hospitals, we would get similar results, and we would be able to compile them, and the composite data would be very uniform. But we were so very, very wrong. Each one of the provinces was very different. The data we collected good data, but we saw there was such a difference, and lumping them all together and giving Pakistan a cesarean section rate was overlooking the range of from 15% to 60% literally. So we were very, very excited, and we are still at the stage of compiling that data, and that is the first phase. So this is just to show the training, that although I was the one sort of doing the training, but I had the entire team with me throughout Pakistan. They were there, the government with, and that's what actually I feel that was the strength of this training, and hopefully will continue to be. You can see Rubina there in the Lahore training. So we also, once we finished the training, there were a lot of hiccups. We had to go back. We were in contact with them. We formed WhatsApp groups for communication, different one for each province. EMRO held webinars with Professor Robson. We learned a lot from that and learned how to sort of restructure what we were doing. I then held similar webinars in the provinces with those participants that we had trained. So it's been a continuous learning process, and we are still learning. We also have sort of field tested a training where we've done it together instead of splitting it into 2 for the northern areas, because already they had been already trained, but they didn't quite understand what they were doing. So we went back and trained them again. So what were the challenges? Of course, logistically, it was a nightmare. It was COVID time, and we were traveling the length and breadth of Pakistan back to back. We had to do it every time we could, it was very opportunistic. So we had to do it in clusters. And I don't think even I could do that again. So, I wouldn't sort of encourage anybody to go on to do that sort of a thing. It was a one-off thing. I'm so glad we did it, but I don't think that it's advisable. The selection process of participants was much more difficult than anticipated. I thought we would just select senior clinicians and it's only 4 hours they would come. But I was wrong. They found things to do even during those 4 hours. So it was sort of keeping them interested and engaged even for 4 hours was quite challenging. So I think next time around, these were master trainers. See, we have a hierarchy in the public sector. So if we don't get seniors, they don't allow their juniors to come. So it was a roundabout way of getting their juniors involved. But anyhow, that was something that we encountered. Of course, overcoming misconceptions. Many of them thought they knew everything about the Robson classification, that they have modified it to 12, that they've modified it to 13, put in placenta accreta, put in fetal distress. So undoing all of that took a long time. And then there were excuses for not doing it, that they're too busy, they don't have enough time, there's staff shortages. So it took a while. And of course, defining the core variables, so simple as it is, it's not so simple when you begin to convince people. Once you get the hang of it, it's addictive. But I think that first plunge, at least we had some resistance. Of course, we had issues with the app, generating the table manually using the Excel sheet turned to be a huge challenge. I thought that if I can do it, at my age, and I just learned, I'm sure everybody else can do it. And again, I was wrong. So we made video clips, and that's been helping, and we've been hand-holding a lot. Context-based interpretation, there was a lot of hue and cry about the interpretation because our cesarean section rates for the groups are quite different. And some of them, quite frankly, can be explained, and perhaps it will come out in our discussion. And of course, engaging the government for sustainability, because Pakistan's now devolved health to the provinces. So even if the central government, the federal government has initiated this and is on board, we are still having issues with the provinces, and hopefully in the second phase, as we go forward, we will now engage the governments for sustainability. Otherwise, this will go the way that other so-called projects have gone. And I certainly do not consider this a project, and I hope that it will not end and we will be able to sustain it. So the opportunities were immense. We, in spite of all the challenges, there's been so much awareness has been generated, and the Robson classification has become a buzzword. It's in every conference, everybody's talking about it. And so there's been a lot of awareness. Communication and discussion has just been mind-blowing in the sense that, where we began by people questioning the fact that we were even talking about this, and they're now questioning their practices. Because I, as a clinician, I'm a firm believer that there's a lot going on there, that the Robson classification, if we, own it, will, change positively. So at the end of it, we now have a core group of master trainers. And I won't say robust, but we do have institution-based data now. And we're looking at that data and helping them interpret it and seeing just exactly, to link it with maternal and perinatal mortality, the indications, and a lot of very, very good sort of ideas have come out of that. Why group 3 is having cesareans, or why group 1 is having cesareans. We are finding some answers. The information stemming from this classification, of course, can be used as a tool to inform clinical practice. That is much, much needed. Of course, optimizing cesareans is a multifaceted thing. The strategies are multifaceted, but this is such an excellent and a brilliant place to start, the Robson classification, because it gives you your data, and then you can use that to inform your clinical practice, to improve and obviously improve the quality of care, and most importantly, to inform our government's response that is now responding to 5 years delayed data from the DHSS. So finally, what we are now at the end of phase 1, we are documenting all of this. I'm in the process of writing the document down. Anna is on board. Hopefully, we will talk and think about publication, because we also have data, over about 200,000 deliveries, and we are looking at that, and it's good data. In phase 2, hopefully we will now institutionalize the institutions that we have trained will become centers for the training. And we will also have resource cells in every province, because we noticed that in Pakistan, all areas or hospitals or facilities who do cesareans may not have the capacity to actually interpret their own data. They will be able to collect it, but I don't know if they'll be able to interpret it. So we hope to have a resource cell that will put them through the app and further do the trainings, and this will be provincial. And we are talking about that now. And then, of course, the third phase, the final deal, is to scale it up to the whole country. What we've done is actually, in the context of the size of Pakistan and its population, is a baby step. But I think it is a good step in the right direction. And hopefully one day, not in the too far future, give us another couple of years, and we'll be sitting and talking about it and perhaps have reached phase 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lubna Hassan, for your very illuminating and informative presentation. So do we have Professor Rubina with us? Rubina Sohail, are you here? Professor Rubina Sohail, are you here? I'm not very sure whether Professor Rubina Sohail is here, so I can ask Professor Ferdowsi Begum to make her comments. Professor Ferdowsi Begum.
Thank you. I must be again thanking Dr. Robson and Dr. Lubna for enlightening us about the concept itself and challenges and opportunities and the way Pakistan is doing. So I think each country is unique. As we have been exposed and trying to grab it all, we have to spend some time more with Dr. Robson and maybe taking help of Rubna. I think in country-wise, we should sit and think about what we are going to do. So I'll not take some much time. We're keeping in touch. I ask you to request you to go ahead with the panel. Rubina
Sohail is there.
Please. Yeah.
Rubina is here, but she's, oh, Rubina, yeah, please.
Yes,
Professor
I'm here.
Rubina Sohail, could you please comment? Could you please comment on Dr. Michael Robson's presentation?
I think that I'm a very, I think very highly of him, and I think that it was an excellent presentation. And I really recommend that this is such an important piece of work that he has done, and we should all follow it in the South Asian region to make sure to use it as a tool for reducing cesarean section rate. So thank you very much, sir, for putting this forward. And I think at the end of the session, I would like to give a couple of recommendations. So I'll hold on till then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lima, please continue.
Unmute Koro, Lima, unmute.
Unmute yourself, Lima, unmute yourself.
Ji, madam, ji, madam. Dear audience, we have heard very...
Actually, পরের সেশনের জন্য তো সবাই বসে আছে, হ্যাঁ, so we have to keep ourselves within 10 minutes.
Ji, madam. We have heard very excellent keynote speakers, and now as we have panel discussions, our panelists are Professor Salma Rauf madam, Professor Munira Ferdowsi madam, Professor Afroza Kutubi, Dr. Anjuman Ara Rita, Dr. Afsana Karim, and Dr. Dian Muhammad Imdadul Haq. Now I am requesting my madam, Professor Farna Dawan madam, to conduct the panel discussion. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Lima. So we are going for the panelists. The first panelist, I'll ask question to Dr. Afroza Kutubi. She is working as a head of the OBGYN in Sir Solimullah Medical College. The question to you is that, next slide, yeah. As you're working in a public hospital, can you please tell us how you can organize and implement evidence-based management of normal labor, including respectful maternity care in your institute for promotion of vaginal birth? Please.
Thank you, Appa. Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished speakers from abroad, and distinguished audience, Assalamu alaikum. This is a very time-demanded question, no doubt. As I am working in a public as well as a teaching hospital, and we have a good number of undergraduate and postgraduate trainees and students. In our settings, we already know globally there is an effort to reduce maternal and perinatal mortality and morbidity through this evidence-based clinical guideline and respectful maternity care. So in our settings, we are also trying with that. And though we are in a better situation in terms of our maternal and perinatal health, but we are still lag behind in terms of presence of our skilled birth attendants at the time of labor. But we are glad to know that our government has also taken many initiatives, and our OGSB is also working side by side with our government. And with that, since 2013, we have started our midwife as a professional body who were previously called traditional birth attendants. And in my unit, it is also a midwife-laden maternity unit. And we have also evidence-based practice guidelines, which are already set up by our OGSB. And we are also continuously upgraded with that evidence-based guideline with other societies in the world like RCOG, ACOG, and NICE guideline. And we always keep our students upgraded by various skill workshops and seminars. And our midwives are also led our labor unit. So we can hope and strongly believe in a very short period of the time, it will be very much helpful to attain our SDG goal. And our midwives are also working very hard to reduce the burden of our obstetricians in terms of our respectful maternity care, because our mothers are always vulnerable to disrespectful care, not only in terms of physical abuse, but also in mental abuse. And we are working side by side with our midwives to achieve this respectful maternity care in my institute. With that, I like to conclude my speech, and I like to express my gratitude to the organizers and scientific committee of OGSB to keep me in this wonderful session. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Afroza. I think you have a big responsibility now, so go ahead with your work, with your good work. Our next panelist is Professor Munira Firdaus. She is the head of the department OBGYN in Shohid Sarwadi Medical College. So my question to you, Professor Munira, is that one of the interventions for reducing or optimizing cesarean, I should say, is instrumental delivery. Please share your experience about this to scale it up in similar clinical settings as your institute.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. May I audible?
Yes, you are.
Respected Chairperson, Professor Rubina Sohail, Past President Safok, and Professor Firdausi Begum Madam, President OGSB, respected keynote speakers, Dr. Michael Robson and Professor Lubna Hassan, my dear panelists, my distinguished guest from home and abroad, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is my proud privilege to share my experience regarding instrumental delivery. It is a mandate of obstetrician to all over the world to reduce the rising trend of cesarean section. So promotion of the vaginal birth is one of the key components to reduce the cesarean section, and one of its pillar is being assisted vaginal delivery or instrumental delivery. In our hospital, we are trying to do the instrumental delivery or assisted vaginal delivery when the second stage of labor is prolonged, or when there is fetal distress, that means the thick meconium, when the fetal blood sampling result is abnormal, and when cardiotocography is pathological. And some maternal condition, you know that the maternal hypertension, hypertensive crisis, cardiac diseases, and cerebrovascular diseases. So from the antenatal period, we are counseling our patient for encouraging to do the vaginal delivery so that they can set up their mind. They will prepare themselves to do the vaginal delivery as well as they know about the assisted vaginal delivery. But during this workup, we are facing some difficulties, one from the patient side and one from the doctor side. At first, I'll discuss from our patient side, because patients do not interested to do the vaginal delivery. Some of the patients, not all, some of the patients are not interested to do the vaginal delivery because it is a lengthy procedure, no time is fixed. Many of the patients want to go to the hospital, go to the OT room and take their baby immediately. So they are rejected to do the assisted vaginal delivery or instrumental delivery. And from our doctor's side, they are not interested to do the assisted vaginal delivery because there is some fear of litigation, because we know that there is a chance of maternal injury. That is the soft tissue injury in short and long-term sequelae, and again as the fetal injury like scalp bruises, fetal scalp laceration, cephal hematoma, skull fracture, shoulder dysplasia, etc., etc. So many data and journal suggest and prove these are the facts. So how we can overcome this situation? We can, if we can reduce the cesarean section rate, and we can implement some strategies like we can training our junior doctors by giving appropriate training and developing their skills and monitoring them regular basis, and increase midwife support in every institute, and increase the machinery support like CTG and partograph for monitoring the vaginal delivery. And overall important fact that this is the increased awareness among the people by distributing BCC materials like leaflet, poster, and by broadcasting short video through social media channels. And involving media, we can arrange roundtable meeting with them, suggesting that developing awareness about the assisted vaginal delivery. And by this way, we can.
I think, Munira, can we just cut short because of the shortage of time?
Yes, Madam Shesh, Madam.
We have got your points.
I'm
So
finished. I'm finished. And by this way, we can optimizing our cesarean section. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munira. And our next panelist is Dr. Anjuman Rita. She's working as senior consultant in Center for Women and Child Health, where they are working and doing a lot in this area. The question to Dr. Rita is, as you're working in an institution where you have taken up the mandate of RTGCS for reducing or optimizing the high cesarean section rate, could you tell us the strategies and innovative interventions for this? Dr. Rita.
Respected teachers and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Madam, to give me the opportunity to say something in this international scientific conference. Once the cesarean section rate was high in our hospital, that was 73%. We reduced the cesarean section rate to 42% after practical application of Robson 10 group classification system and implementation of some strategies like antenatal counseling about benefits of vaginal delivery and waiting up to 41 weeks of gestation for spontaneous onset of labor. Risk screening for safe vaginal delivery. We do modified Bishop score on admission of each woman in labor ward, cervical ripening and induction of labor by mechanical, medical, surgical, or combined methods, augmentation of labor by oxytocin or artificial rupture of membrane, supportive care during labor and delivery, monitoring of labor by partograph and fetus by intermittent auscultation, Doppler, cardiotocography, classification and documentation of all deliveries by Robson 10 group classification system, routine care of newborn and resuscitation if needed. Now I am mentioning the innovative interventions in our center, monitoring the indications of cesarean delivery by consultants during morning session and ward round, ensuring 24 hours quality services by the presence of consultants in the hospital, monitoring the updates of admitted patients' condition, and providing proper suggestion for their management through WhatsApp and Messenger group. Practicing sweeping up the membrane of pregnant women from 39 weeks onward in our outpatient department, encouraging operative vaginal delivery, especially venous delivery in our center, and vaginal birth after cesarean section in selected cases. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rita. I think that we have a lot to learn from you, and we will be doing it with your assistance as well. So our next panelist is Professor Salma Rao. She was the head of the department of OB/GYN in the biggest public hospital of Bangladesh, Dhaka Medical College. The question to you is that, as you are we know that you have a vast experience. Could you share your experience regarding challenges in implementing RTGCS in a tertiary care public hospital like Dhaka Medical? Over to you, Professor Salmarov.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the presenter for the time-demanding presentation. It was really excellent. And although the RTGCC has been introduced about 20 years back, and a lot of countries have already been adopted this classification, but unfortunately, very few institutes in our country is trying to implement this, but hope we can do in near future. So I did a small study at Dhaka Medical College Hospital, which is the largest tertiary level educational institute, at 2019. And at that time, I faced several challenges. I could share those in a very brief way. The first challenge is to orient and working doctors and a supervisor and the unit heads regarding the classification system. And the challenges arise in the following way. The providers are very much used to collect the data according to indication of CS and profile of the patients. So they could think and they could be confused, and they get the feeling that they will be overburdened for new jobs of classification of this system when they are requested to adopt this classification. And they will feel confused regarding the classification itself, where to put the patient. Like whenever a patient comes in spontaneous labor in group 1 or group 3, then undergone CS or VD, then where to put this group, etc. And putting the breech or transverse line premature group. So, and the most important thing is that they could not match the classification with the actual indication of cesarean section, and that creates a problem. Finally, the supervisor are confused because what is the final gain? How to utilize the data, how to analyze the data, and how to implement in reducing the cesarean section rate. So all this create a confusion. Now, of course, there are ways to overcome these challenges. So first thing we need to do is to create an awareness program and workshop and training how to implement the classification, assure the providers that it is not an extra job and they should not feel overburdened. They have already are very much used to collecting variables only to put them in classification system. So this is not an extra job, and that could be done by using their own register just to follow the classification. And for the supervisor and unit heads, we need to explain them that by using RTGCS, we can audit and make a profile of patient having more or least contribution to CS rate. The actual indication of CS will be collected as usual. Now, we can make a habit to put all these VD and CS cases into RTGCS in the morning session, and we can discuss this. And after that, we could analyze the subgroups and analyze the actual cause or can intervene what intervention we could take. And we can compare our own data with the different units of the same institute, and at the same time, different large institute of the same city and even across the country later on. So small steps could be suggested when actually when we want to intervene, like we can redefine the diagnostic criteria of prolonged labor. We can redefine how to diagnose the fetal distress and management of dystocia or induction of labor like that. And you can display the poster classification in the labor room, etc. to orient the work provider, and how to put the patients in the classification system in a ladder pattern by step that we can very much display. So, so find out the group and contributing more or analyzing the actual indication of seizure, we can compare with the expected standard. So these are the obstacles we have to face during implementation. And finally, to use it as an intervention tool, we can sort out the subgroups analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Salmarov. We got a direction from you because Michael Robson sir himself is sitting here. And now we have 2 more panelists left, dear audience. And now we are going to our friend from the development partner, Dr. Afsana Karim. She is working as a public health professional in Save the Children Mamuni. My question to you, Dr. Afsana, is that as you are working in this USAID's Mamuni Maternal Newborn Care Strengthening Project, what is the role of your organization in optimizing science section and thus ensuring safe vaginal delivery? Dr. Afsana Karim.
Thank you, Professor Farnadaun, Madam. Respected chairs, distinguished speakers, and today's delegates, a very good afternoon to everyone, and assalamu alaikum. To start the discussion, I would like to go back in 2017. While analyzing the data of Bangladesh Demographic and Health Survey 2014, it was found that the facility delivery was 37% at that point, and the cesarean section rate was 23%, which was well above the WHO recommended C-section rate of 10 to 15%. And of course, at that point, the women the most vulnerable women who are delivering at home and were still behind of this life-saving intervention. And at that point, teaming up with the like-minded organization, the Public Health Professionals Obs and Gynecological Society of Bangladesh, Save the Children, raised awareness on the optimizing C-section and further facilitated the discussions on promoting normal vaginal delivery. And this initiative facilitated discussion at the national level with the government, donor, and the researchers. And they came up together to work collaboratively on this issue, raised voice, built awareness, influenced, and developed strategies with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Bangladesh government. And at that point, a draft action plan was developed, which highlighted 7 priority issues. I just want to mention the name very quickly. That's the strengthening of the health system was one of the area, the awareness building for promotion of the normal vaginal delivery, then enhancement of the skills of the providers, enhancement and expedite the introduction of the midwifery-led care, then strengthen the program strategies, ensure the facility readiness for promoting the standard practices, and of course, the strengthening the regulatory system where applicable. And along with all the stakeholders, Save the Children plays a key role in facilitation of the whole journey of policy advocacy for optimizing the C-section. And after that, as a consequence of this activity, Save the Children worked with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to incorporate many of the strategies into the government program. And side by side, Save the Children is also supporting the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for ensuring the implementation of the strategies on groundwork. So through the project like USAID's Mamuni Maternal Newborn Care Strengthening Project and UNFPA funded the Strengthening National Midwifery Program, Save the Children is facilitating the improvement of access to quality maternity care, as well as the strengthening the health systems for maternal care services in Bangladesh. And Mamuni Maternal Newborn Care Strengthening Project is working with the government system and facilitating the capacity building of the service providers for practicing evidence-based quality standards for maternal health by training, by introducing the mentorship program, the readiness of the facilities for providing normal vaginal delivery and the management of the complications, availability of the services in more facilities, including the hard-to-reach areas, promoting the quality counseling, and also introducing the non-pharmacological pain management procedures during delivery care with the midwives. So with UNFPA funded project, Madam, I just want few seconds time. So with the UNFPA project, Mamuni, Save the Children demonstrated the midwifery-led care in the public system, and also continuing its support to expansion and scale up of that midwifery-led services in many of the facilities. And with in collaboration with OGSB, Save the Children Mamuni MNCSP project has a plan to introduce the Robson classification, and they will work with the government together. So I think this is the time-bound, very time-demanding issues, and I must congratulate OGSB to lead the process of moving this key quality issue forward, and I wish a very successful.
Thank you, Dr. Afsana. Dear audience, we have our last panelist, Dr. Dewan Imdadul Haq from UNFPA. So he is a health specialist in UNFPA. Now my question to you is that what do you think is the role of UNFPA in optimizing cesarean section rate in Bangladesh? Because UNFPA is working for a long time on this issue. Over to you, Dr. Imdad.
Thank you, Madam. Distinguished chair panelist and our today's chair and learned participants. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I would like to say, Afsana has already mentioned Bangladesh Midwifery Program is one of the flagship program of UNFPA. And with this midwifery-led care, we are expecting, and also in collaboration with OGSB, we will be able to reduce C-section. No? This is one point I'm trying to say. Before going to that, I mean, the term optimized C-section meanings we need to balancing overuse and also underuse of the C-section. So this is something we have to think of. And second is use of Robson's classification. I can see there is a misunderstanding. Robson's classification cannot reduce C-section or optimize C-section. This can give us guidance and what actions we need to be taken based on the data. So I must thanks, I am so glad that Professor Robson's and also Professor Lubna Hassan, she has shared some experience from Pakistan and also some challenges. And UNFPA, with the joint effort of OGSB and ICDDRB, we already introduced Robson's classification in 8 district hospitals. Just I got the information that we received 9,000 information on labor, on delivery, but only 3,500 data, we got correct data. So from the discussion, it came to, it's clear, and also from Lubna Hassan's presentations that the challenges of data, quality of data is a big challenge. And second is how to interpret the data and how to, categorize data that also mentioned by Robson's. So maybe, from the UNFPA perspective, through our midwifery-led care and also the recent data that we have, we may also need technical support from Robson's and also from Pakistan team to analyze our data. Maybe within next 2 to 3 months, we'll be also able to analyze those large number of data, and then we can also plan for our future implications in our country. So UNFPA will be always supportive to the OGSB and trusted partner of OGSB, and as well as, we also strongly working with the government. So we are supporting government, and also you'll know that in the operational plan, government has keep one indicator for monitoring the sector program progress, that is introduction of the Robson's classification. So this is something we have to think seriously, and I must congratulate today OGSB for organizing this timely session, and UNFPA will be always with you to support you in terms of knowledge management, in terms of technical support, in terms of data, in terms of policy development, in terms of guidance, all those things. With this, I would like to thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Imdad. It was really excellent. All the panelists, I would like to thank the panelists for their so much valuable input to make this session so rich. So last bit comment from Professor Rubina Sohail. 1 minute for you, Dr. Rubina, please. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhana, for giving me this golden minute. So excellent presentations, as you said, and a very important issue for South Asia, because all of us need to join hands in reducing the cesarean section rate and making sure that our women are delivered vaginally if that is possible. So while you were talking, I just jotted down a couple of steps to reduce cesarean section rate. And before I go on to those steps, I think the important point to realize is that Robson's criteria is one such intervention which alone can lead the way forward to reducing the cesarean section rate, because it helps in identifying the causes or the cohort of patients of one particular group which are prominent in one facility. So for example, in Services Hospital, when we were working with Dr. Lubna, we found that the group 5 was the most prevalent. So the steps to reduce cesarean section are that the population should also be aware and educated about the importance of vaginal delivery and not come to the facility asking for cesarean section at the slightest of pretexts, like cord around the neck. Then providing antenatal care to avoid high-risk issues and reduce the rate of cesarean sections, and managing the high-risk pregnancies well. The use of Robson's criteria to audit the cesarean section rates and to use it in reducing the cesarean section rate. Then I thought that the most important thing was to prevent the primary cesarean section, because if we are able to prevent the cesarean section in the primary gravida, that paves the way for subsequent vaginal deliveries. So it is very important to make sure that the decision making is done at a high level of competency. There should be a strong indication of cesarean section. We should reduce the rate of induction of labor. So when we started in our unit and we audited our data, we realized that we were inducing way too many patients. And only by reducing the induction of labor rate, we were able to reduce our cesarean section. Handling fetal distress strictly according to the guidelines, allaying the anxiety of the patient, and improving vaginal delivery rates after cesarean section. Then the ownership of the government to help and support the process of audit in the hospitals and also in the private facilities, because the governments keep on focusing only on the government hospitals and do not think about the bulk of deliveries that are taking place in the private facilities. Guidelines have to be in place both in the public sector and the private sector facilities, and the guidelines need to be followed. And we also need to, which was mentioned previously as well, that we need to redefine the terms such as fetal distress, prolonged labor. And I think that the South Asian Federation, along with all the societies of OBGYN of all the South Asian countries, can define those rules and the definitions and give it to all the countries so we are able to follow the same terms and the same guidelines. Then improving the skills of the healthcare provider. I was reading in the chat box that one of the madams commented that the young healthcare providers are not doing enough assisted vaginal deliveries. And I tend to agree with her. And the reason that they're not doing enough is that we are not providing them probably the competency-based training that they deserve. So we have to tutor and we have to develop the teams and we have to train them and improve the skills of healthcare workers. Only then the cesarean section, which is done for prolonged second stage or for simple things, will be avoided. And then we need to have laws to protect the doctors, because many doctors are doing cesarean section just for the fact that if something happens to the baby, they are going to be taken to task. So though we want to be safe, but we don't want to be unnecessary convicted of crimes which we have not done. So there need to be laws to protect the doctors. And with this, my 1 minute is over, Farhana. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Rubina.
you.
So thank you, everybody. We all our friends from India, Pakistan are here for the next sessions. So over to you, Dr. Lima, for your just 30-second thank you. Dr. Lima? Lima Champa.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. I'd like to thank to our chairpersons, Professor Firdausi Begum and Professor Rubina Sohail, for conducting this session so nicely. My special thanks to our speakers, Dr. Michael Rafsan and Professor Lubna Hassan, for their excellent deliberation which enriched our knowledge. My grateful thanks to our learned panelists for their excellent comment and their experience sharing. And I like to thank my madam, Professor Farna Down, for conducting this session. And I owe special thanks to our pharmaceuticals company who helped us a lot. And I am welcoming you to our next very important sub-phone session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Robson, Lubna, Rubina.
Thank you very much.
Everybody. Lubna, Robson sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Robson.
Thank you, Professor Robson. I would second that. And
Thank
Lubna, you.
Bye. Thanks.
Can we start, madam?
Thanks for your time. We'll
Thank you.
communicate. No problem, inshallah.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So
Lubna, Rubina.
it's the beginning, we'll continue. Thank you.
Over to the next.
Thank you. Thank you.
rapporteur.
The form session, yeah,
Yes,
please.
Dr. Jinatara Nasrin, over to you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mo, please.
Yes. Dear participant, lovely audience, and ladies and gentlemen from home and abroad. Assalamu alaikum and very good evening. I am Dr. Kamrunnisa Ahmed, welcoming you all to this 30th International Scientific Conference 2022 of OGSB. This is our SAFUM session with the theme of bone health. Three renowned gynecologists of three different countries are with us as chairperson. National Professor Shala Khatun Madam from Bangladesh, Dr. Rohana Hatatua from Sri Lanka, Professor Jaideep Malhotra from India. Our session will be enriched with a very interesting presentation by our keynote speaker, Professor Goldstein Stephen, and he will talk on bone health for generalists. After that, we have a very informative panel discussion with 6 distinguished panelists, and the whole session will be moderated by Professor Jinatara Nasrin Madam. Now, I am requesting Madam to conduct the session.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. Welcome again. So today, actually, this is the, can you share the screen, please? Today, we are welcoming you all to the SAFUM session. We have here, the theme is bone health, and the bone health is very important because the osteoporosis due to bone health is a primary public health issue and most principal cause of death and disabilities. So before this, going to the scientific session, I'd like to introduce our honorable chairperson. Professor Shala Khatun is one of our chairperson. She's the president of Bangladesh Menopause Society. She's the national professor and past professor of OGSB, and now she's the chairman Green Life Medical College, and she was the professor and former head of Bangladesh Medical College and Hospital. Next, please. We are very happy to have Professor Dr. Rohana Hatatua with us today as a chairperson. He's the consultant obstetrician gynecologist, and he's the chairman of Nice Wellcare Mother and Baby Hospital. He's the Secretary General of AFOG. He's the immediate past chairman of the Ministerial Disorder of FIGO. He's the president of CEFOG. He's the president of World Gestation Organization. He's the president of Sri Lanka College and Obstetrics Gynecologist. He's the vice president of South Asian Federation of Menopause Society. Actually, he's the president of CEFOM. And he's the treasurer of Asian Pacific Society of Infections and Gynecology and Obstetrics from 2010. Currently, he's a representative of Aspire. Welcome, sir. And next, please. Dr. Jaideep Malhotra. She's the managing director of ART Rainbow IVF. She's the vice president of Indian Society of Aesthetic and Regenerative Gynecology. Madam, I'm too fast because time is short, that's why. And she's the chair of FIGO, Committee of Reproductive and Endocrine Infertility, and she's the past president of CEFOM, and she's the regional director, South Asian Ian Donald School of Ultrasound, professor of the Bruknik International University, Koratia. She's the past president of FIGO, working group of RDEH. She's the member of accountability group of PMNHCH of WHO. She's the chief editor of CEFOG and CEFOM Journal and many books. She's the president of Rotary Club of Agra Grace. She's the past president of Foxy SR Aspire IMS. And she's the past secretary of the vice chairman of ICOCG. Welcome, madam. And we're very happy also to introduce today the keynote speaker, the stalwart, Professor Goldstein Stephen. He is the president of International Menopause Society, past president, American Institute of Ultrasound and Medicine, and professor of obstetrics and gynecology in our Grossman School of Medicine. And sir has already apologized not being present with us, but anyway, we are going to listen his recorded voice, and then we'll go to the panel discussion. And I will introduce panelists during my discussion. And if you have any question, please write down in the chat box. If we get time, we will discuss later on. So let me welcome Professor Goldstein. Fazana.
Hello, I'm Professor Stephen Goldstein, and I'm very honored to be one of your keynote speakers for your Congress. I am really sorry that I'm not there in person. Perhaps at some point in the future you can invite me and we can all meet. My topic is bone health, not just osteoporosis. Understand that bone is a dynamic organ. It is constantly being laid down and constantly being taken away. Most medications that we employ are anti-resorptives. Estrogen is a very potent anti-resorptive. In other words, it inhibits the taking away of bone. And this is why women lose bone rapidly at the time of menopause. As you can see, bone is growing to a peak at about age 35, and then it starts to slowly fall in women. And at menopause, with the taking away of estrogen, there's a rapid decline in bone. Osteoporosis was defined by the NIH Consensus Conference in 2000 as a skeletal disorder characterized by compromised bone strength, predisposing a person to an increased risk of fracture. Bone strength primarily reflects the integration of bone density and bone quality. So if a picture's worth 1,000 words, here's a 52-year-old woman with normal bone in her vertebrae, and here's an 84-year-old who's had a vertebral fracture. You notice the loss not only of bone density, but the interconnectivity, the strut formation here is diminished. In terms of the burden of osteoporosis and poor bone health and fragility fractures, there are close to 9 million fractures annually worldwide, resulting in an osteoporotic fracture every 3 seconds. Worldwide, 1 in 3 women after the age of 50 will experience an osteoporotic fracture. A prior fracture is associated with an 86% increased risk of any subsequent fracture. After sustaining a hip fracture, 10 to 20% of former community-dwelling patients will require long-term nursing care. And overall, hip fractures cause the most morbidity and mortality, up to 20 to 24% mortality in the first year after a hip fracture. Loss of function and independence among survivors is profound. 40% are unable to walk independently, and 60% will require assistance within a year. Contrast that with early detection of breast cancer. In localized breast cancer, where there's no sign that the cancer is spread outside the breast, in the US, the 5-year survival is 99%. In fact, even with regional breast cancer, defined as spread outside the breast to nearby structures or lymph nodes, in the US, there's an 86% 5-year survival. So in developed countries where women have access to periodic competent breast screening by imaging techniques, for many, the diagnosis of localized breast cancer and the psychological ramifications may actually exceed the physical manifestations. So in my clinic, almost all women are cognizant of breast health. They have a great fear of breast cancer. And for the most part, they're very attuned to the importance of competent periodic breast imaging, which is the key to the earliest detection. But my goal is to get these same patients to be just as concerned about their bone health. And notice I don't say simply low bone mass or poor T-scores on a DEXA scan, as they are concerned about their breast health. Why? Well, just contrast the statistics I went through above, vis-a-vis breast cancer versus the statistics cited about the incidence, morbidity, and even mortality associated with osteoporosis and fragility fractures. So how do we use DEXA scanning? Bone mineral density testing, or DEXA measurement, will measure bone mass. And this is just one component of bone strength. It does not assess bone microarchitecture. It does allow us to make these diagnoses of osteopenia or osteoporosis. It predicts risk of fracture, but not unlike, let's say, blood pressure and cardiovascular disease. Yes, people with high blood pressure are more likely to have a heart attack or stroke, but there are people with high blood pressure who never have a heart attack or stroke, and people with normal blood pressure who do. So it's a surrogate or a risk predictor. You can use bone density to monitor therapeutic efficacy, but only if you understand the concept of precision error and least specific change. So least specific change is 2.77 times the precision error of your machine. But this really boils down to, in the best of hands, the spine measurements of bone density are plus or minus 3%, and the hip are plus or minus 5%. Well, you're probably all familiar with these diagnostic categories. The number of standard deviations below the mean for young, healthy adults, up to 1 standard deviation below normal is considered normal bone. Low bone mass, previously called osteopenia, is from 1 to 2.5 standard deviations below the mean. Osteoporosis is more than 2.5 standard deviations, or a t-score of minus 2.5 or worse. And severe osteoporosis is when you have minus 2.5 and fragility fractures. I say here osteopenia, a term that needs to be retired. Really, the newer terminology that we like to use is low bone mass. Why is this? Well, you can see the amount of distance under the curve that corresponds to osteopenia is huge. For instance, the beginning of osteopenia is virtually normal. The end of osteopenia is virtually osteoporosis. So when a new patient comes to my clinic and says, oh yes, I've had a bone density test, I have osteopenia, that tells me absolutely nothing. I need to know exactly what her T-score was. Loss of bone mass is a continuum. The risk of fracture is directly related to bone mass, thus the risk of fracture is a continuum. It is said that for every standard deviation of bone mass loss, there will be a doubling of the relative risk of fracture. So for instance, stay with me. At a T-score of minus 1 to minus 2, it goes from 2 to 4-fold, to 8-fold, to 16-fold, to 32-fold for every loss of one number in the T-score. But this is also very much attributed to age as well. This may be one of the most important slides I can show you. A 50-year-old woman with a T-score of minus 3, something almost everybody would be very, very alarmed at and maybe want to treat, has the same 10-year risk of hip fracture as an 80-year-old with a T-score of minus 1. You have an 80-year-old with a T-score of minus 1, you say, well, you've got normal bone. She has the same 10-year risk of hip fracture as a 50-year-old with a T-score of minus 3. So T-score itself is only part of the story. For instance, a 49-year-old woman with a long history of poor calcium ingestion and several years of hypomenorrhea in her 20s, who now has a T-score of minus 2, does not have the same fracture risk as a 63-year-old who also has a T-score of minus 2 but had a T-score of 0 at age 48. Their bone mass is the same, but their bone quality will be very different. So what are some of the guidelines for who do we test with DEXA scanning? And the National Osteoporosis Foundation published these in 1998, and they've been constantly updated and not changed. We test all women greater than 65 years of age, regardless of risk factors. We test all postmenopausal women less than 65 who have at least one additional risk factor for osteoporosis beside being menopausal. All postmenopausal women who have a fracture, and any woman who's considering therapy for osteoporosis and in whom bone mineral density testing would influence that decision. By the way, the NOF, or National Osteoporosis Foundation, just recently changed its name to BHOF, or Bone Health Osteoporosis Foundation. You know, and I write an update in OBG management annually. In 2016, I changed it from update on osteoporosis to update on bone health. So who do we treat? Well, the guidelines for treatment are adequate calcium intake, vitamin D, regular weight-bearing muscle strengthening exercises. I call this FAMS, flexibility, agility, mobility, and strength. Avoid smoking, moderate your alcohol consumption, treat all vertebral and hip fractures, and consider prophylactic treatment if the T-score was less than minus 2 or less than minus 1.5 with risk factors. It's never too early to talk about lifestyle interventions, adequate calcium and vitamin D, this FAMS that I talked about, don't smoke, prevent falls, especially those with poor eyesight or who might be frail and low body weight. In the beginning, when I first heard about anabolic bone-building agents like teriparatide, which are marketed in the States as Forteo or Tymlos, when these became available, I thought, well, why should we prevent osteoporosis? Why don't we just wait till women develop osteoporosis, then treat them to build back bone? However, more postmenopausal women without osteoporosis, in the past we've used the label osteopenia, will suffer fracture than those with. The incidence or the risk is higher in osteoporotic women, but the absolute number is greater in women who have not yet reached that threshold. What's the data? Well, the Rotterdam study looked at almost 5,000 women over 55 for follow-up for almost 7 years with bone density of the femoral neck. And it's interesting that about 1/3 of the women who suffered a hip fracture did not have osteoporosis. So 1/3 of women who fracture their hip do not have osteoporosis. Those with osteoporosis have greater risk. However, those without osteoporosis are not risk-free. What are the major risk factors for osteoporosis in postmenopausal women? A personal history of fracture as an adult, history of fragility fracture in a first-degree relative, low body weight, current smoking, and use of oral corticosteroids for more than 3 months. In addition, impaired vision, estrogen deficiency at an early age, dementia, poor health or frailty, recent fall, low calcium intake, low physical activity, and more than 2 drinks per day. Enter FRAX. The FRAX risk assessment tool introduced by the WHO in 2008 uses age, weight, height, smoking, ever use of steroids, alcohol consumption, history of rheumatoid arthritis, previous fracture, family history of fracture, and BMD to calculate a 10-year risk of hip fracture as well as a 10-year risk of overall osteoporotic fracture. In the States, the threshold for therapy is a 10-year risk for hip fracture greater than 3% or overall fracture greater than 20%. And this is only for osteopenic women because the recommendation is to treat all women for osteoporosis. How has FRAX changed our treatment? Well, without going into great detail, here's a 52-year-old whose T-score of minus 2.1, according to the old NOF, would have been treated, but her FRAX, her hip risk is 1.5%, overall fracture 8.5%, so she's not a candidate for therapy, whereas the 77-year-old woman who has a T-score of minus 1.4, according to the old NOF recommendations, would not have been treated, but with her FRAX score of 23% for any major osteoporotic fracture, she is a candidate. So to summarize this, what FRAX does, it cuts down on overtreatment of younger women and the undertreatment of older women. There are some potential shortcomings of FRAX, though. The WHO intention was that treatment threshold would vary country by country, depending on resources. As I said, in the US, it's 3% hip, 20% any major osteoporotic fracture. But understand, since the best agents we have will reduce fracture at best 50%, we're basically telling patients in the US, at least, that if they follow guidelines, for every 100 women we treat, there will only be 1.5 hip fractures instead of 3. Many patients don't want to wait until they have that level of risk to be treated. What about secondary causes of bone loss? Understand primary osteoporosis is bone loss that occurs during the normal aging process. Secondary causes result from specific clinical disorders. And in these cases, I consider referral to an endocrinologist or a rheumatologist. There are certain diseases, a whole list of which can contribute to reduction in bone mass. Endocrine problems, as you see here, adrenal, thyroid, diabetes, hyperparathyroidism, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, hypogonadal things, anorexia, athletic amenorrhea, premature ovarian failure, multiple myeloma, thalassemia, sickle cell, malabsorption, celiac disease, irritable bowel, and then alcoholism, multiple sclerosis, or bariatric surgery. All of these should be considered. In addition, there are a number of medications that can cause or contribute to reduced bone mass. Steroid use, thyroxine, anticonvulsants, lithium, methotrexate, Depo-Provera, premenopausal tamoxifen, and the aromatase inhibitors. In terms of treating our patients pharmacologically, well, initially hormone therapy or estrogen therapy, if women had a hysterectomy, was the mainstay of preventative therapy. And it's interesting, if you look at the WHI, especially at the estrogen-only arm of the WHI, you know, in that arm, there was no increase in breast cancer or coronary heart disease, unlike the E+P arm. Women were not chosen for fracture risk. They didn't even do bone density measurements. So of the 15,000 women, some had normal bones, some I'm sure were osteopenic, some were osteoporotic. But there was a statistically significant reduction in hip fracture, clinical vertebral fracture, and total fracture in these women treated with estrogen. The non-estrogen options for osteoporosis prevention and treatment, well, many of you are familiar with many of these drugs. The bisphosphonates, alendronate, risedronate, ibandronate, IV zoledronic acid. The SERMs, mainly raloxifene and basidoxifene in some countries. This new concept of TSEC, tissue-specific estrogen complex, Duaviv, now on back order. Rank ligand inhibitor, denosumab, marketed in the States as Prolia. There are anabolic agents, human parathyroid hormone in the States, Forteo and Tymlos. And the new kid on the block, romosozumab, which is a monoclonal antibody which blocks sclerostin. Well, what is the role of muscle? Take a minute here. Osteoporosis is derived from Greek roots. Osteon is bone, poros is little hole. It was first described in 1894. And if you do a PubMed search, which I did in May of 2021, with the keyword osteoporosis, over 93,000 citations. Sarcopenia, also derived from Greek roots, sarx meaning flesh, penia meaning loss, was first described in 1989. So that's almost a century later. Through May of 2021, about 12,000 articles in PubMed with the keyword sarcopenia. And the new kid on the block, osteosarcopenia, was first described just 8 years ago in 2014. And through May 2021, only 126 articles in PubMed with the keyword osteosarcopenia. Well, what is sarcopenia? It's a syndrome characterized by progressive and generalized loss of skeletal muscle mass and strength. It increases the risk for adverse outcomes, such as physical disabilities, and poor quality of life, and even increased mortality. Muscle accounts for about 60% of the body's protein. Muscle mass inevitably declines with aging, although you can also see this in malnutrition, cachexia, or inflammatory disease. And unlike osteoporosis, with its well-accepted definition based on DEXA measurements, there really is no universally accepted definition of sarcopenia. In fact, it was only recognized as a disease entity in the ICD classifications in 2016. The components of sarcopenia are muscle mass, muscle strength, and physical performance. And so many of us use the European Working Group on Sarcopenia in Older People definition for the diagnosis of sarcopenia. And we divide this into pre-sarcopenia, sarcopenia, and severe sarcopenia. So stay with me. Pre-sarcopenic, they have low muscle mass, but they have normal muscle strength and muscle performance. Sarcopenia, you have low muscle mass and either low muscle strength or low muscle performance. And if you have all three, that defines severe sarcopenia, a diminished muscle mass, muscle strength, and muscle performance. Now, how do we assess these? Well, there are some simple tools that you can use. Muscle strength can be assessed with a hand grip strength using a handheld dynamometer that you adjust for gender and BMI. Grip strength is what that is. Physical performance, well, the simplest here is gait speed. Anything less than 0.8 meters per second over 4 to 6 meters is considered abnormal. So often what we have people do is sit in a chair, it's called get up and go, walk around an orange cone, come back to the chair over a measured distance and time it. Muscle mass, well, it's a little more difficult. The most accurate methods require instrumentation, MRI, CT, body composition with special DEXA software. You can use bioelectrical impedance analysis, or BIA, And it turns out that calf circumference is a surrogate for muscle mass when it's less than 31 centimeters. Osteosarcopenia is the concomitant presence of osteopenia or osteoporosis with sarcopenia, resulting in higher disability rates of falls and fractures than either entity by itself. And this paper, really by Sepulvedo, tells us a lot. 253 participants, average age 78. Osteosarcopenia resulted in a threefold increase in falls and a fourfold increase in fractures compared to those women with osteopenia or osteoporosis alone. So in summary, remember, our goal is not to have better T-scores on DEXA in our patients, but to prevent fractures. So it's bone health, not simply osteoporosis. So in addition to prescribing pharmacologic therapy, if and when it is indicated, we want to tell our patients to optimize their dietary intake of calcium and only supplement with calcium tablets if unable to do so by eating foods rich in calcium, such as milk, yogurt, and green leafy vegetables. We want to optimize blood levels of vitamin D. Vitamin D deficiency can be corrected with supplements. A dietary intake of about 1 gram per kilogram of protein daily per day. Weight-bearing exercise such as walking for 30 minutes most days of the week. Add some balance exercising and strength training. Avoid smoking and limit the amount of alcohol. And fall prevention is key as well. Want to make sure that all rugs have non-slip backing. Make sure all walkways are well lit. Be mindful of slippery areas if you live where I do, especially ice. Consider wearing shoes with rubber soles. Maintain the best possible vision. Again, balance, exercise, and muscle building, strength training. And check to see if any of the medications may cause some dizziness and thus increase their risk of falling. And if it's confusing to you, think of this poor guy, emergency phone, only 174 kilometers ahead. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Your whole in-depth discussion definitely illuminated our knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to request our President SAFOM, Dr. Rohana Hatatua, to comment on this presentation. Please.
Thank you, Professor Nasreen, for Senate giving me this opportunity. Firstly, I have to thank the OGSB and the President, Professor Ferdosi, and all in the OGSB for giving this opportunity for SAFOMs to have a session in this main conference. So it is very thankful to you, everybody, to include this menopause session in your ONG conference. Sorry about it. So I'll just make one word about this SAFOMs, because this is a ONG conference. So some may not be knowing what SAFOMs is. SAFOMs is South Asian Federation of Menopause Societies, and it consists, we started 10 years ago, and we have in our federation, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka at the moment. So this is the Federation of Menopause Societies of these societies, and the presidency has shifted from country to country, and Professor Shala Khatu has been the president from Bangladesh. So without taking more time, what I need to say is that it was eye-opener for all of us, the Professor Goldstein's lecture, and I am thankful to him for joining as a guest speaker with the International Menopause Society President in this SAFOM session. So it was a great strength for us, and it was a very enlightening lecture. And he emphasized on the difference between osteoporosis and bone health, because now what we have to consider is bone health rather than only concentrating on osteoporosis. And also about the importance of sarcopenia and osteosarcopenia. So all these things are things which we have to consider, not just osteoporosis, and also that we have to concentrate more on the bone health because the importance given to bone health is much less, but still the morbidity, mortality, and the financial problems and all those things due to the problems in bone health is much more than what we get from other conditions. Maybe we concentrate more on cancer and things like that, but we have to pay more attention to bone health. And so Professor Goldstein enlightened us on the ways of diagnosing, preventing, and treatment. So I think it was a very informative lecture within that very short period. So I thank him for delivering this lecture even by Zoom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have rightly pointed out the important aspects of the bone health from the Goldstein's lecture. Thank you, sir. And also thanks for introducing SAFOM to the new members who are coming up. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to request our national professor, our President Bangladesh Menopause Society, Professor Shahla Khatun, to remark on this presentation. Professor Shahla Khatun, madam, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's a great, to me, it's really a great occasion to attend SAFOM's meetings. Already my friend Rohana has explained how it was 10 years before we started, and it's still going on. And you know, our main aim of the SAFOM is the number of elderly population is generally increasing worldwide, but knowledge about the getting older and getting diseases or to prevent from the diseases is very much unknown to us, even to Doctors Society. So our aim is to mainly to do the seminars and like this and let them know that this is a disease, bone health or osteoporosis or sarcopenia or sarcopenia plus osteoporosis, everything, if we really take precaution, right time, not at 60 or at 50, but start from 30, 35, we can definitely, we can prevent, we can reduce the morbidity, mortality, and all the quality, we can improve our quality of life. Now, we know our Professor Goldstein, he is one of the very experienced person. I heard his so many other lectures on bone health and about bone. So we know short time, beautifully, he has explained what to do, what not to do. And our duty is now to follow him and also to teach our young generations and others, health workers, how to proceed. If we really want to live a life full of joy, enjoyment, yes, we have to follow some rules and regulations. In Bangladesh, I have a menopause society, and very recently, we have established a task force for TOF, Task Force of Menopause Society. But now I have seen here, the name has been changed by our great speaker. Beautiful name he has given, different way. We must also think, probably we will also think it different in his way. And I'm sorry, I don't want to say much more. I really appreciate all of your presence here. And I have seen there are some panelists are sitting there. They are also my friend. They are working with me and we're working with all of us with each other for last 10 years. Only in this, not other forum, only even in this forum. So I congratulate all of the panelists, and I hope we will learn some lessons from them which we can practice in our life. I had COVID, I recovered, I became negative, but problem is with me that I have some post-COVID problem is with me. So pray for me, and I am always praying for each and every one of us, all my friends, even whom we don't know only by, So every day I pray for each and every one of us. And this is our more or less a regular routine nowadays. I hope and I pray to Almighty God, we will be safe. We are safer. Probably we'll be much more safe in your near future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. You are praying for all of us. And of course, we are praying for you too. And being you COVID negative, alhamdulillah, you joined with us, and your each word is like direction. Thank you so much, madam. So now we are going to the panel discussion, and our third chairperson, Professor Joydeep Malhotra, she will lastly wrap up this session. So I'd like to request Farzana, can you show the panelists' CV, and then I'll share the question. Yeah. Oh, so we are happy, very honored to have today for 7 panelists with us. I can introduce you, Brigadier Surya Rahman. Her CV, please. She is the Vice President of Bangladesh Menopause Society, and she was head of the Department of OBGYN Department in CMH Dhaka, and now she was also advisor specialist to the DGMS, Ministry of Defense. She was the former Secretary General of Bangladesh Menopause Society. Now she's Vice President, I already said. And she's the founder, president of Midlife Club. She's the chairman and founder of the Palliative Care. She's the General Breast Cancer Support Group, and she's actively associated with many welfare organizations like Rawa, Rotarian, Innerville, and Janata. And presently, she's working as a senior consultant in Lakeview Clinic, Gulshan 2, Dhaka. Welcome you, madam. And our next panelist is Professor Mita Singh. Sorry. Professor Mita Singh, she's the co-director, consultant obstetric gynecologist. Actually, she has so many brilliant CV, and everybody knows us, so I can skip, sorry, madam. And she's the editorial board of Consensus Document of PCOS India. She is the editor of Menopause Management Simplified and postmenopausal osteoporosis. She has a special writing and fascination for osteoporosis. She is the chief editor of the clinical practice guideline on postmenopausal osteoporosis in India 2013. And she has several chapters in textbooks for association, and she's a great academician, and she is the chief investigator, a pilot survey of the labor room practice too. And she has paper on magnesium in pregnancy on FIGO 2006. And madam, we know you are the great academician. Welcome you, madam. Next, please. Yes, Professor Neelam Agarwal. She was the just immediate past president of Indian Menopause Society, and she's now working as the professor of obstetric gynecological PG IMR Chandigarh. Welcome, madam. And next, please. Professor Kesang Bista. She is actually in Bangladesh first time, though other colleagues, they're coming on and off in our country. She's working in Tribhuvan University, Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics, Doctors of Medicine. Welcome you too. And Professor Dr. Saida Batul Machar, and she is the chairperson of OBGYN MCH Center, PIMS, Islamabad, Pakistan. She is the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto University, Islamabad. Chairperson, chapter of Society of Obstetrics Gynecology Pakistan. She's the member academic board of SGOP. Madam is also having so rich CV. She's the president-elect South Asian, CEFOM. She's the president-elect of CEFOM. She has more than 70 national international publications, and she has a special interest, including health education, maternal health, and subfertility and menopause. Welcome you, madam. Professor Piyush Pattu. She is very well known to us. and good friend to us. She's professor in physiology, Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Welcome you too. Professor Sanat Akmimana, he is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, Colombo South Teaching Hospital. He's the president of Menopause Society of Sri Lanka. He's the chairman of Continuing Professional Development, Sri Lanka College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Welcome you too, sir. Well, now I'm going to share my question to them, and let us see how they answer and enlighten our knowledge here. Okay, so actually we have learned a lot of important things from the lecture of our President IMS. So I am going to discuss a very simple question because it is for general gynecologists. So let me ask the first question. That is Mrs. Amina, 61 years, presented with chronic low back pain. She has lost 1 inch her height for the couple of years, and she already feels a balance problem too. She has told she's having osteoporosis and sarcopenia. Now question, what is osteoporosis? Actually, what is sarcopenia? Why osteoporosis occurs in postmenopausal lady? Professor Pisha Hatapattu, could you answer please? Professor Pisha, I have seen her just now.
All right. Okay. Sorry. I was mute. Sorry. Okay. Now, I think, thank you for inviting me. Professor Goldstein actually explained what is osteoporosis and what is sarcopenia very clearly, because osteoporosis is actually decrease in bone mineral density, and which is giving rise to fragility fractures and a lot of disability. And sarcopenia is decrease in muscle mass, muscle strength, and the muscle performance. So together, they are a very bad combination, which will predispose to osteoporotic fractures. So this lady probably is having osteoporotic fractures of the spine, and which is making her short. And okay, why is osteoporosis common in postmenopausal women? Bone is a very metabolically active tissue with osteoblasts, osteocytes, and osteoclasts. So basically, all the time, the osteoblasts are producing bone, whereas osteoclasts are resorbing bone. And this estrogen actually supports the osteoblastic activity, preventing their apoptosis, and estrogen inhibits osteoclastic activity because, you know, osteoclasts active osteoclasts are formed when the osteoclast precursors, when the rank ligand is bound to them. So, and estrogen prevents this binding and prevents the activity of rank ligand, and also prevents the production of rank ligand. And not only that, estrogen promotes the apoptosis of osteoclasts. So those are two main things why it's happening. There are other reasons. So therefore, with estrogen deficiency in menopause, the osteoclastic and osteoblastic activity, they don't go together. So there's more osteoclastic activity, and the bone resorption is increased, leading to fragile bones.
Right. Thank you so much. So I'm not going to discuss because we have definitely answered the evidence-based one, and we also heard it from the Goldstein. Thank you so much. So I can go to next question. And this is Mrs. Rekha. She's 40 years, wears hijab. Her BMI is 19, and she's asthmatic, taking glucocorticoids. And she had a history of fourth metatarsal fragile fracture for 2 years back. Is she at risk of osteoporosis? And actually, what are the risk of the factors? What are the risk factors of the osteoporosis? May I ask it to Professor Brigadier Suraya Rahman, ma'am, please? Are you with us, please, Dr. Suraya Rahman? I can't see her. Sorry. No, I can't see her.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Please, ma'am.
I was struggling with my laptop. It just got
sorry.
and
Sorry.
I missed more than half of what you are speaking. Anyway, thank you for introduction and my and the invitation. Now the question
of the board, madam. Question is the same.
Okay, I think this question is leading us towards the proper assessment of people at risk. So assessment is an important method of screening to identify people at risk. WHO defines osteoporosis based on the dual energy DEXA measurement. The relative risk of fracture increases as bone mineral density decreases. But most of the fractures occur in men and women who do not have osteoporosis by DEXA criteria. And this Mrs. Rekha also belonged to that group. So clinical risk factors assessment has its own significance, which are independent of bone mineral density. So validated ones are advancing age, personal history of fracture, prolonged steroid injection, low bone mineral density or BMI, family history of fractures, smoking, alcohol in excess, and sedentary habits, most important one being the personal history of fragility fracture. This lady, she had her fragility, her BMI was low, and she was having steroid injection for quite some time, and she had a fracture also recently. So if we can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You have nicely answered the questions, and oh my God, well, it's not moving. So I'm not discussing because already Brigadier Surah Rahman has said everything. Just I wanted to add here that organ transplantation, thyroid dysfunction, and chronic disease also influences osteoporosis. So our patient, we need to take care of that. So
can you hear?
Yeah, madam. So Mrs.
Okay. Yeah, this is a separate question.
Yeah, this is a separate question.
Okay. Carry on.
Mrs. Brenda Vedana, 70 years, had diagnosed to have osteoporosis just 4 days back. Her son doesn't like to get treatment for her. And he needs to understand the risk, why she needs the treatment. So what are the consequences? We have to make him understand. So may I ask to Kesang Bista, could you tell us what is the consequences? Why should you go for the treatment?
Thank you to the organizers of the OGSB and to SAFOM to the SAFOM session. This lady, she's having osteoporosis, but the son doesn't want treatment. Most of the time, osteoporosis does not get diagnosed, and suddenly the patient may come with a fracture. But if there is an osteoporosis risk, then it is better to get treated, because as we know that the osteoporosis has a significant impact on the quality of life of a person. If we don't treat osteoporosis, there could be a risk of fracture. And as we know, the most common site, of course, is the spine, the hip, and the distal forearm. And even among them, the hip fracture carries a very high morbidity and mortality. So as we know, when osteoporosis occurs, there is on one aspect the chance of mortality also, and on one aspect is the morbidity also. So with hip fractures, it is seen that the risk of mortality increases 5 to 6-fold times. And it is said that in the first 6 months itself, there could be 20% risk of dying from hip fracture related complications in the first 6 months. Also, as Dr. Goldstein explained, that there is a very high risk of secondary fracture. Once the person has osteoporosis and develops a fracture, there's also a very high risk of having another refracture at the same site or even at other sites. So therefore, the risk is further increased. And 60% of those who do survive, even after treatment of especially hip fractures, and they do survive, they do not regain the same level of independence. And in the studies in the US have seen that that about 8% can have a very long-term institutional care or home care will be needed, and 7% may have some sort of permanent disability. So apart from the increased morbidity because of the fracture, there's also an increased economic burden on the family in terms of needing surgical intervention, in terms of needing treatment later on, in terms of disability, and in the loss of function. And also there's increased psychological burden of fracture, and especially when the person is not undergoing treatment and later develops severe form of fracture and its complications. Another very important fracture which can cause a lot of morbidity and mortality would be the spine fracture, and it can cause a lot of pain, especially chronic backache, and the compression fracture that occurs in the spine can lead to deformity, the loss in height, or kyphotic deformity, which in turn also, especially in an older woman, can impair her respiratory function as well as a nutritional intake. So therefore, everything gets compounded. There's also, as we said, again, the risk of secondary fractures and the increased the impairment in the mobility. So therefore, on the whole, we could say that if the person does not get treated, and there's increased risk of fracture, so therefore, which affects not only in terms of pain, but also disability, in terms of deformity, and also in terms of mobility. So therefore, I would say that it affects not only the individual, but would also affect the whole family and as a nation itself.
Thank you so much. You have rightly mentioned, actually, this is not for the only heart, it's the familial burden, social burden, as well as the whole national burden. Thank you so much. And you have rightly mentioned the consequences. Now, so I can go to the next question. Right. So everybody needs to know whether she or he is having the osteoporosis. I think it's a major concern, all of us. So what are the diagnostic tools and how can you know? And then what is the FRAX? And probably this is the best question for Professor Mita Singh. She is the master of this subject. Professor Mita Singh, please. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
A very good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Zeenath and the team for having me in. So like you said, yes, what are the diagnostic tools? And all of us know that the gold standard for diagnosing osteoporosis. So we need to understand the difference between, when you talk about diagnosis of osteoporosis and diagnosis of low bone mass. So when we're talking about diagnosis of osteoporosis, the classical tool that we have is the DEXA machine. But unfortunately, even in the developed countries and, in the South Asian countries, everybody will not have an access to these gold standard DEXA machine. So then what do we do? So in India, we had proposed that, any fracture, any history of fracture, fragility fracture means which is involving your spine, your hip, or your forearm, or, the upper ends of the long bones, sometimes very rarely the pelvis, or 3 ribs simultaneously. So like, what you showed, Dr. Zeenath, in your other question, just a finger, then that doesn't come into the fragility fracture by definition. So if you understand the sites where the woman comes with these fractures, that itself is a diagnosis that there is a osteoporosis. The other ways of diagnosis, so first is presenting with a fragility fracture, or the diagnostic tool for diagnosis of osteoporosis is your BMD. That is the gold standard. Now, what is FRAX? FRAX is actually, very, very useful to pick up those cases of low bone mass or the osteopenia, where you want to know whether this particular woman needs treatment or no treatment. See, once the diagnosis for osteoporosis is there, then you're definitely going to treat this particular woman, like that 70-year-old woman, though the son is reluctant, but she's already a case of osteoporosis. So at that age, we have to offer her the lifestyle and, what Professor Stevenson had talked about, the entire gamut you have over there. So FRAX is basically a screening tool. It's not a diagnostic tool, remember. It is a screening tool where you're trying to put about 9 risk factors into it and trying to come to a conclusion. And I think it was very beautifully shown what are the indications, what are the pitfalls, what are the limitations, and how useful it is when deciding about the treatment in a young woman, in an older woman, when we're not very sure. So it is not a diagnostic tool. So FRAX is a screening tool. So then you have an offline FRAX tool with BMD, without BMD. Then you have a offline one also, which you can, fill up and then come to this conclusion. 3%, if it's more than 3% for assessment, after your assessment of the risk factor, then for hip fracture, then you need treatment, or 20% for more than the other major risk fractures, then again you need treatment. But if your assessment falls less than this percentages, then this particular woman doesn't need treatment. So earlier on, when we didn't have the FRAX tool, we would simply say, like in India, we promote more about the low bone the assessment tool, and we have to have our own interventional thresholds. Unfortunately, they are not so robust. So what we say, if they have more than 1 or 2 major risk factors along with a low bone mass, then you're going to treat this person. So the importance of this diagnostic tool, the screening tools, is to pick up those women who need treatment. Anything else you're expecting out of me? So we have a lot of other screening tools, and we are this year promoting very aggressively the OSTA tool, which is a very, very simple one. And, it can be done by any paramedical or the woman herself. So this is a FRAX tool, online tool, which you have, where you have the 12 risk factors you enter.
Thank you,
and
madam.
you calculate.
You have rightly said, we're very happy to know your answers, and that is actually, it needs to be individualized country and their race and everything. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful answer. So you have mentioned rightly that lifestyle modification is very important. So if I want to understand what is the lifestyle modification in the prevention of osteoporosis, how can you answer? Can I ask Dr. Nilima Agarwal, please? Professor Nilima, I have seen you right now.
Yes, thank you, Zinat. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, lifestyle modification, as Dr. Goldstein also said, that even if you are treating, lifestyle modification is a must. Lifestyle modification comes first of all for bone health, right? So lifestyle modification is activity, then resistance exercises, the calcium intake, stopping of high risk factors like smoking, excessive alcohol, and then prevention of falls. These are the lifestyle modification factors for bone health.
Please just highlight some diet, because all are asking question about diet.
Yeah, so our calcium requirement in the postmenopausal time period is 1200 milligrams daily, and the recommendation is that at least half of the calcium should be from diet. See, in diet, it has to be a balanced diet. In dairy products have calcium, then some of the vegetables and nuts, they also have calcium. Vegetables like broccoli, like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I think you have rightly mentioned calcium, magnesium, and exercise, vitamin D, all are important in the lifestyle modification. Okay, now next question is that Mrs. Lalita, 56 years old, came to know that MHT is very helpful to prevent osteoporosis. Her mom, grandmom, and great-grandmom have a history of fall and fracture. She's very concerned. So what is the role of MHT in osteoporosis? Could you answer, please, Professor Saida Batul Mazhar? What is the role of MHT? Batul Mazhar, our president-elect Safam, please. Can everybody hear?
Yeah, Zinat, yes, we can hear you. So,
oh. No. What about Professor Saida Batul Mazhar? Can you hear her?
No, we cannot hear her.
Maybe she is not listening.
Or she's not, or maybe she's mute.
No, it is not showing that she's mute. Professor Saida Batul Mazhar, can you see the screen? She's laughing with us. We can't hear you. We can't hear actually. Can you just unmute yourself?
Thank you, Zinat, for facilitating this session so nicely. I think we all know the benefits and the risks of menopausal HRT, but over a period of time, the controversy over the side effects has limited its role. The potential role of menopausal, yeah. So sweet of you. Thank you. So the potential role of menopausal HRT is basically we prescribe it for women who are less than 10 years post-menopause, and they are giving it for basically symptomatic reasons, not really for osteoporosis, but what we find is that they have less fractures and they are much
her connection is not
better bone and muscle health.
Yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have unmuted.
Yeah, you
I
can.
have unmuted.
You're
Have
right.
you unmuted me?
Yeah, we are listening you. Please.
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yes.
So do you like to prescribe MHT?
Unable to.
What is your idea about MHT? Does it prevent osteoporosis, or do you like to prescribe somebody who is? You are muted. Professor Saida Batul Mazhar, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. Still you are muted. Okay, I think she has a lot of problem with the connection. We wanted to listen from you. I'm very sorry. We can't listen, Professor Saida Batul Mazhar. Maybe next time we could.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can.
No?
We are listening you, please. Okay, I think her connection is not very good. She was so interested to participate. I mean, sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
She's talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes. So I'll start again. I'm sorry. I think there was some communication glitch. You can hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
So menopausal HRT, whenever we are prescribing, it is the adverse effects which are preventing us. And osteoporosis, it prevents osteoporosis, it prevents osteoporosis. Is this better again?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I am not muted.
We can hear you. We are listening you. We are listening.
Okay. I'm so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so so the best part is that it is excellent for bone mass, it is excellent for bone health, but okay. I'll come back. Okay.
Okay, thank you. সবাইকে
Okay, so the best way is that if she has, yeah, so the best thing is that if a woman has osteoporosis in the family and she is otherwise fit and she needs it for some other reason as well, we can think of giving her HRT in the first 10 years. But as such, in the older women, we do not like to prescribe it for just osteoporosis. So that is the basic message. It is an incidental, happy thing. We prescribe HRT, bone mass gets better, and women have less fractures. But per se, we do not prescribe it just for her osteoporosis.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we can move now to our next question. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay. The other point is that, yeah. So the best in our countries, we usually have only have oral preparations available. In countries where it is available, transdermal is so much safer. The transdermal is so much better. It is lower dose, it causes less side effects, but we are not sure how much it reduces the risk of fractures. It is good for the bone mass. So the established role is for the oral HRT, and we hope that, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the communication problem.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So we can move to the next question. Our next question is, what is the, I have already, this is said by Professor Saida Batul. So now the question. So what is the indication? When should we actually give the pharmacotherapy, bone anti-resorption therapy? When should we give that? I think we can ask this question to Professor Sanath Akaminan. Professor Sanath, could you answer, please? Professor Sanath. আপা আমাকে শোনা যায়?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে তো।
আচ্ছা, তো where is Professor Sanath? I just saw him here. Professor Sanath?
লাইনটা খুব বেশি ডিস্টার্ব করছে। হ্যাঁ, খুব বেশি ডিস্টার্ব করছে এই লাইন।
Professor Sanath, are you with us? It is the last question of our panel discussion. I want to stop
Okay, Professor Sanath.
No, you don't.
Professor Sanath.
I can't see her anymore.
If the line is okay, everybody can hear.
Okay.
It is the communication.
Madam, আমাকে শোনা যায়? আচ্ছা। I saw him in the gallery view, but now I can't see him. So I have to stop here then.
এখন নাই ম্যাডাম, এখন নাই।
আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে। তাহলে we can move to our chairperson, Professor Jaideep Malhotra. Because she agreed. She had some other meeting too. She called me. Probably I can't see her. Anybody can see her in the gallery view?
No, madam.
No.
Okay, madam, tahole we have to end here with one or two points only I want to make here, because our one panelist is not here. We couldn't see him or he couldn't join us. And Professor,
Anybody want to talk?
No, he was very interested. He has sent his CV, his biodata, everything. Anyway, we are very sorry to not get him Professor Sanath, who is the president of Sri Lanka Menopause Society. Anyway,
Yes.
we will conclude here with giving big thanks to all the panelists who did the wonderful job, and of course to our chairpersons, Hala Madam and Dr. Rohana. But we are missing Professor Jaideep Malhotra. Maybe we will see her in future time. And with this, I want to stop here with one sentence, that it's not too late. We can still do modification. We can take good food. calcium, and exercise, and the vitamin D. With this, I want to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Start from here. Yes.
Thank you, madam.
খুব সুন্দর হয়েছে।
ফেরদৌসী ম্যাডাম, আপনি কিছু বলতে চান লাস্ট মুহূর্তে, যেহেতু আমাদের প্রেসিডেন্ট আমরা পেলাম না একজন চেয়ারপারসন।
ম্যাডাম
শালা ম্যাডামকে সালাম দেওয়া হয়নি, সালামটা দিয়ে নিয়ে আসসালামু
আলাইকুম। সবাইকে সালাম দিচ্ছি।
ম্যাডাম খুব সুন্দর
ওয়েলকাম and my love, and really I'm happy, very happy.
Thank you. Menopause is an important chapter.
Great efforts for the success of the conference.
Thank you, madam. আপনাদের দোয়াই তো আসল জিনিস এবং গাইডলাইন। তো মানে সেশনটা খুব সুন্দর অর্গানাইজ ছিল। এখন ইন্টারনেটের প্রবলেমে অনেক রকম ম্যাডাম অনেকদিন পরে দেখা হলো। আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
But why it was late for 1 hour? That's not good. International conference is not 1 hour late. That's not good.
জি, আমাদের সেশন একদম 1 ঘন্টা আগে শেষ হয়েছে ম্যাডাম।
ওকে, আমি বলছি প্রবলেম হলো এটা কিছুটা সলভ করা উচিত ছিল অন্যভাবে।
হ্যাঁ, ওই একবার পিছিয়ে গেলে ম্যাডাম সেটা সূত্র ধরে পিছাতেই থাকে। তো still then thanks to all for bearing with us. কনফারেন্স এটা হয় ম্যাডাম, কিছুতেই মানুষকে তো আর থামিয়ে দেওয়া যায় না, ধমকে বড় বড় পার্সনরা আসে। সুতরাং কিন্তু আমরা পলিসি সেশনে তো করলাম যে আমরা পোস্টপোন করে দিলাম, এত কথা আসতেছিল আমরা বললাম যে উইল ডু ইট লেটার। সুতরাং আমরা শার্পলি শেষ করে দিয়েছি। ইভেন
মানে তোমাদের আরো বেশি কনফারেন্স করতে হবে কথা শোনার জন্য খালি।
জি ম্যাডাম,
থ্যাংক ইউ।
So Dr. Batul, thank you so much for being present with us and all the foreign speakers. We really thank everyone, and sorry for any inconveniences. And we congratulate and thank Madam with her team, always leading us. Thank you, Madam, for being our inspiration. And
you're welcome.
Thank you, madam. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Madam, session is very nice. Very excellent session, madam. Very excellent session.
আমি কয়জনকে দেখতেছি,
All panelists.
তারপরে ফারজানা, তাসনিম, ওরা কাউকে আমরা দিতে পারলাম না বলে সত্যি।
ম্যাডাম, আমাদের একটা জিনিস কি এইখানে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে 70-80 জন হচ্ছে, সকালবেলা অবশ্য আরো একটু বেশি লোক ছিল, কিন্তু বেসিক্যালি এটা হচ্ছে শুধুমাত্র প্যানেলিস্টদের আর ফ্যাকাল্টির পোর্টাল। আমাদের যারা দর্শক তারা কিন্তু অন্য পোর্টাল দিয়ে ঢুকছে।
ফেসবুকে দেখছেন?
না, ফেসবুক না, তুমি দর্শকের পোর্টাল দিয়ে ঢুকে দেখো, একদম ওই যে কনফারেন্সের বেরোতে ঢুকে তারপরে সেখানে ক্লিক করে এ হল, বি হল, পোস্টার।
জি ম্যাডাম, অন্য একটা লিংক
ওটাতে একটু ঢুকে দেখেন ম্যাডাম, দ্যাটস ভেরি ইন্টারেস্টিং।
ম্যাডাম কামরুলের ফাইনাল মানে
ওখানে ম্যাডাম প্রায় 500 মতো লোক হয়েছে, 500 থেকে 600।
হ্যাঁ, আশরাফুন্নেসার প্রোগ্রাম মাঝখানে দেখে আসছি।
হ্যাঁ, আশরাফুন্নেসা।
জি ম্যাডাম, ক্যান্সার
তো খালি
প্রোগ্রামটা খুব
আমরা
সুন্দর
ক্লিক
হয়েছে।
করে ঢুকতেছি এজন্য, কিন্তু ওই যে এ বি হল দিয়ে যারা ঢুকছে তাদের অনেক অন্যরকম আছে।
ম্যাডাম, আমি কি কামরুলের ফর্মাল ভোট অফ থ্যাঙ্কস বলতে বলবো?
হ্যাঁ, ভোট অফ থ্যাঙ্কস দিয়ে আমরা শেষ করি, আবার কালচার শুরু হয়ে যাবে 6:30।
জি,
ইনশাআল্লাহ।
প্লিজ মৌ, ডক্টর মৌ,
সবাইকে সালাম, ধন্যবাদ।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম ম্যাডাম।
Assalamu alaikum. This is my pleasure to our honorable chairperson, to thanks to our honorable chairperson for conducting the session so successfully. My thanks to the speaker for his excellent deliberation, which has enriched our knowledge enormously. Thanks to our pretty moderator for her hard work to make the session to be very organized and systematic. Thanks to our all participants and audience for their patience hearing and being
Jinat,
very
now Sanat is
attentive.
available.
Without them, the whole conference won't have any meaning. Thanks to the pharmaceutical companies who have supported us to organize and accomplish all these sessions. And my heartiest thanks to our President OGSB, Professor Ferdowsi Begum Madam, for her leadership and guidance in organizing this conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Just I saw.
Yeah. Please invite Dr. Sanat, please.
Professor Sanat, you will end by.
Oh yes.
You just
Sorry,
tell us.
We're waiting for you.
Just you tell us, when should we actually start pharmacotherapy? We have osteopenia, somebody is having osteoporosis. Pharmacotherapy, not the MHT. Please, then we'll finish.
Yeah, there are 3 main reasons to start treatment.
One is osteopenia with reduced bone mass, with history of fracture, fragility fracture. That is one reason to start treatment. Second reason is osteoporosis with T-score minus 2.5 or lower than that. And there's a third reason also. That is T-score is between -1 and -2.5 with FRAX score. There's a FRAX score, FRAX risk assessment. And with that score, there are reasons to start treatment in postmenopausal women. In other words, if there's a premature ovarian failure, she is already on HRT and she is protected for osteoporosis by using HRT, hormone replacement therapy. In postmenopausal women, these are the main three reasons to start treatment. Is that enough, Sinat?
Yeah, thank you. Our Professor Shala Khatur Madam is there, and Firdausi Madam, you can give thanks and you can take bye-bye. And you can give thanks to them.
Dr. Sanat, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We are waiting for you.
Yes. So that's my fault. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent program.
সবাইকে আমরা বাই বাই দিই ম্যাডাম আমরা যেতে পারি ম্যাডাম
Dr. Sanat, thank you joining for the last moment. Thank you so much. We'll work
and thanks
together.
Dr.
Thank
Sanat.
you, Zinat. খুব ভালো হয়েছে, Dr. Zinat.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sanat, Professor